Hello? Good afternoon, stinkers. Happy Monday. I hope your Monday isn't Mondaying too hard. It's a bit rough over here right now. I am in a little bit of pain. It is that time of month, full disclosure. So if I'm complaining more than the British quota allows, just blame it on that. I do. I hope you guys doing well. Ugh. Been a bit of a busy Monday for me, but it is what it is. It's supposed to be like a holiday today, right? I don't know how many of you guys have the liberty of being on a holiday today. I don't know why it's a holiday. Might be something to do with the World Cup. I am none the wiser. Ugh. Had to turn the fan on pretty high today, so once again I did try and quiet it out as much as I can, but if you hear it in the background, just pretend you don't. Oh, it is. It's a World Cup bank holiday for Scotland because you're celebrating the fact that Scotland made it. You know what? That's fine by me, actually. It's not winning the World. It's getting to the World Cup. Let's not be too. Hey, Scotland, like, I need to give more credit to Scotland. As someone who is, I grew up in England, there are a lot of things here that, Scotland doesn't do as great. I've outlined them before, but there's a lot of shit that is done here that is much more for the people than what goes on in England. I think Scotland have a lot to be proud of. More than people give them credit for. Dear me.
One step closer to the year.
I'll say my hellos and stuff first. I don't know exactly what we're gonna get up to today. I might set up Enter the Dragonfly today. We'll see if we can get a start on that, so that I'm not prolonging it any longer. But I do have to talk about something before we get into stream stuff. But I'll say my hellos first. We'll settle with that and then we'll work from it from there. I got a new hot water bottle and it's fucking... Listen, okay? I know you're not supposed to only fill them with boiling hot water, but I do, okay? But it's not as insulated, protective as I thought, so it's actually burning a hole in me. I'm gonna look like Kakuin by the end of this stream, I think. Jesus Christ.
Oi!
It's really, really hot. Go figure. What? Hot water bottle is hot? That's crazy. How does that work? But... Oh dear. Okay, let me see. Okay, my hellos. So, hello David, congratulations on being voiced. Hello Jem, hello Ray, hello Trashcan, hello Rhino, hello Toffee, hello Pancake, hello Succumbio, hello Goat. David, thank you for the 415 stream streak. Hello Stevie. Hello Jaikon, hello Ginger. Your incubators give off that much heat? Is it like an incubator where it's just still and heating things, keeping things warm, or is it, because the ones that we had in our labs, they would constantly shake as well. They would do the if you don't know what they looked like, for people that might not be aware, at least the incubators that we had in our lab, they look like really, really long ovens stacked on top of each other. It's like one big unit, and I think ours had I can't remember if it's 3 or 4 tiers to it, but they look like really long ovens. Where you just put the stuffing and it just keeps it warm and shakes it. Hi, Ghost. Hello, Day. Thank you for the 335 stream streak.
Hi.
-9 sounds nice on paper, but it's probably horrible. Jesus. Hello, Art. What the fuck is that shirt? You pay some respect to Lee Yifu, thank you very much. I won't have anyone dissing my man, thank you. Thank you very much. Happy Monday, happy Monday. I hope it is a happy Monday. The British quota covers a lot, thank you. You can complain as much as you want, I know, but if I'm just extra grumbly, that's why. You crashed at 5 PM, woke up. When fuck, I forgot to open the gate and was up for a while. Oh dear. Hello, Sag. Hello, Faint. Sound there's a windstorm over there for you. If you didn't mention that, I wouldn't know you have it on. Thank you for, like, putting that in brackets, because I totally would have fucking believed you. Hard to win the World Cup when Bosnia is attending. It's crazy. Sag, thank you so much for the T1 resub. Happy 10 months. We're getting very close to a year. That's crazy. Nearly been a year already. Hello, Chris. Thanks for the self-care check. Guys, I've been spicing it up. I bought some concentrate. Or cordial, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Apple and blackcurrant. I put it in my water. I even put it in my ice cube so it wouldn't dilute it. I like my juice strong. It's, I mean, I love water, don't get me wrong. Water is good, but God, I love blackcurrant flavored things. I don't think I could, like, raw dog a blackcurrant, like, eat it, like, as it is, but God. Blackcurrant flavored shit just hits so hard. It's delicious. Willingly to deciding to play Enter the Dragonfly Who Hurt You? It's not willingly. We hit the incentive. I have to play it. Hello, Strix. Hello, Caps. Took the idea of a hot water bottle, fed it to someone else, and we're like, holy shit, that was a great idea.
Zelks is Sugoi, Zelks Bog, Zelks love Zelkspec.
It was like someone I know suffers. Going to help so much. Yeah, the water bottle does help. At first, I thought it was propaganda, and then I got one. I was like, damn, this is good. Hello, Robbie. It's one that just keeps things warm. Since our lab is kind of small, we can't afford the big fancy long ovens. See, my uni was fancy. Pay respects to dead, don't remind me. Caps, thank you so much for the T1 resub. Happy 6 months. Blackcurrant is so good. Cold take. There can never be a Road to Empress 3 because they killed off the best character. I can't come back from that. I mean, there won't, even if they made a Road to Empress 3, which it wouldn't make sense because we became the Empress. I wouldn't play it anyway. I left a review for it. I don't usually leave reviews, but I left a negative review for it because of the AI shit. I was very upset about that. Hello, Longo Low. Hate it when blackcurrant stuff is too sweet. Let my lips pucker from how tart it is. I love a strong juice. Let me feed the idea. Yeah, honestly, it's again. As I said, I thought it was propaganda. It's not. It's very good. It's very, very good. Ghost, are you licking my controller? Please don't do that. Alright, let me get this talk out of the way. So, I'll keep it brief. Oh, this is gonna feel so awkward. I was so much more emotional yesterday, and now I'm just in pain. I posted a very long yap announcement in the Discord, and I'm very well aware that not everyone here is in the Discord. I don't particularly care. That's up to you if you want to be in the Discord or not, but I feel like it's only fair to let you guys know, so you aren't blindsided. I won't go into more of the reasoning as to why. If you want to find out why, if you're really that nosy, you can join the Discord and you can read the announcement. But I don't want to get too negative today. But to summarize, basically, as of this stream, starting literally since the stream started, the mods are gonna be really, really knuckling down on anyone that comes in, basically. It's really hard to define, but, you know, I think 3 warnings is more than enough. But people making rude comments or comparisons between me and my content creator friends, people that are consistently making any context-heavy references from other communities, stuff that has been kind of teetering the line of the kind of bringing up other streamers rule, as well as self-promotion. There's just I've been getting some really, really rude comments lately, sometimes some really rude chats as well. And I don't call it out because I don't want to embarrass people or come across as being someone who is very petty or sour, because that's not the intention. But as edgy as I am, these things do hurt, especially during this time of month. And yesterday I nearly ended stream before I even started it because of it. I will not outline the particular comment that got me feeling like that in the first place, but it really upset me. So this has been kind of building up over the past probably 2 years now. And the mods have tried to put out warnings again and again and again and again. Because, people, I'm very lenient. I'm like, people make mistakes. They don't intend to be malicious about it or anything like that. I completely understand that sometimes people just don't think how their words might come across as text on a screen or anything like that. But I've had enough now. So mods are going to start actively timing out when they warn people about these specific ones. And we're going to go on a general rule basis of if you get 3 timeouts warnings for whatever reason, in this particular case, we're probably gonna have to start banning people, because it's at that point it's getting quite disrespectful, and it's probably extending beyond simple mistakes and whatnot. And just as an ending point, like, don't please don't feel scared to type in chat. If you get warned, you get warned. You'll realize, oh, this is probably not something I should be, typing in the future. And it's not like I'm gonna be keeping the biggest eye on it. I'm not gonna be sat here at my desk with a chalkboard keeping a tally of everyone who has broken this boundary or anything like that. Everyone is human here. But that's just basically going to be it going forward. And this might seem a bit melodramatic to some people, but as someone who is a very small creator, I'm aware that, like, the bigger creators probably get this sort of shit all day, every day. Their chat is going at millions of miles per hour. Most of the time, they probably don't even notice it. I'm not saying that makes it right by any means, but I take pride, and I know it's a bit of a meme that I don't read chat and shit like that. That's the kind of meme, because I occasionally miss a message or whatnot. But I do try my best to read everyone's messages and comments, no matter whether it's here or on any of the other external sites, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, wherever else I post. Even if I don't respond or react to them, I do read them. So, I do take it to heart a little bit, probably more than I should, and it's just been making me incredibly upset. So I am setting that boundary, and the mods are going to help me enforce it, because I will not lie to you, they are also getting a little bit annoyed by it. So, that's how I knew it was kind of like, okay, this is more than me just being a sensitive Sally. It is getting a bit, whatever. So sorry to be a bit of a Debbie Downer at the start of stream, but I wanted to warn people who may not have read the announcement or aren't a part of the Discord, because it's not very fair of me to put in this boundary without telling people, hey, this is what we're going to start doing now. I don't want to blindside anybody or anything like that. My intention isn't to catch people out. I don't want to be sat here waiting for the moment I could pounce on someone for breaking this boundary. I'd like people to just be a bit more wary. Oh god. Yeah, this isn't targeted to anyone in specific or particular. I didn't want to single anyone out. This is just a very brief overview. It might apply to you, it might not apply to you. Just please be aware of it. And maybe try and think before you type certain things in the chat about how it might come off. because I am a little bit more sensitive than I think I let on. So yeah, thank you for letting me have a little bit of a rant there. I'm not very good at speaking. This is why I would prefer if people just read the announcement, because God forbid, sitting there and being able to type it out and think about what I'm writing is a lot easier than on the spot think. Because I didn't write like a what do you call it?
I was literally telling someone earlier how much I look up to you for how well you establish boundaries in your streams. Do whatever you need to do to keep your space safe and comfortable both for yourself and for us. We appreciate everything you do, L. No one who's been here ever.
No, you don't get to you don't get the rest of that. You don't get the rest of that sentence, I'm afraid. Sorry. I'll read the rest of it. Don't worry. No one who's been here longer than a cup of coffee would be worried about getting banned, and don't downplay how demoralizing it feels to have people being mean. Your streams are very important to us. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate that, Ray. That's very sweet of you. Thank you for the 270 bits as well. That's it was unnecessary, but thank you. That's very sweet of you. You're right. You're right. And a lot of people who have been very affirming. I really do appreciate the affirmations, and I don't really mean to drag this out as long as I have dragged it out. I know sometimes, I feel like, oh, maybe I'm being a little bit over dramatic about this, but this is my safe space. Streaming is one of the things that I can do. It keeps me really sane. I love streaming. I love hanging around with you guys platonically and non-parasocially. I like putting on the events that we do, having all the jokes in the games and shit that we do, and I don't want any of that to be soured by a couple of, I don't even want to call them bad actors, because I really don't. I'm being very optimistic, which is weird, but I'm being really optimistic that maybe people, they didn't have this intention of making these comments to be specifically mean, but it's just how it came off to me, and I've been dealing for it for a while, so I needed to make things clear before I became, it got to a point where I just didn't want to stream anymore. Again, small creator, I know it's a very small amount of people, but as I said, I read everything, so it's quite hard for me to ignore. Hello Vec, hello Winter, hello Jerby. How's it going? Oh dear. Good, keep the stinkers out. I mean, bad ones keep the good stinkers in. Everyone's a stinker here. How didn't I notice this was happening? Because it's probably, again, some people will have looked at this and didn't think there was any problem with this, and I'm trying not to sound mean here when I say this, because I'm not wanting to accuse people of not, being in my streams all the time, or I don't want to make anyone feel guilty for not being in my streams all the time. I am the one person that is here all of the time in my stream. Believe it or not, as the streamer, I am here pretty much, unless I'm BRB, in which there's usually no one really talking anyway, but I am here. I will come back and read the chat anyway. I'm here for 100% of my streams. So, I'm here for a lot more than you guys are. So I see everything, as I said. I read everything. So, that's probably why as well. That will contribute heavily towards it. I know I have a very lurker-heavy community. Believe it or not, if you're lurking, there is an even higher chance that you won't notice some of these comments, because I don't read them out loud. I don't give them attention. Because I know that if I do, I'm gonna get upset. So, I hope that helps explain that. It is what it is. I will ask that if you do see anyone getting timed out, please don't bring any attention to it. Okay? It has been something that has been done in the past, where someone's gotten banned, someone's gotten timed out, or something has happened, and someone will comment on it. Usually, if someone is getting punished in chat, this probably applies to a lot more channels than mine. It is the manners, the etiquette regarding that is to just not comment on it. The chances are, if it's been dealt with, it's been dealt with, you know? And the streamer will want to move on, the mods will want to move on and just, you know, not make a big deal out of it. So if you do see this happening, please just, you know, be polite, be respectful, don't be hounding people, don't be like asking too many questions or anything like that, okay? So, yeah. People knowingly breaking the rules after getting warned is what the ban function is for, yeah. Yeah, I'm aware. I love the warning function because, I like that it solves things privately most of the time. There have been instances where people have been warned and they will make a stinking chat because of it. Usually those people see themselves out. Thank fuck for that. But it's always confused me when I've wanted to deal with things privately. You know, the idea is to keep it private, so I'm not embarrassing you or bringing any shame. I don't hold grudges, believe it or not. Again, as edgy as I am, I don't have the energy to hold grudges. If you made a mistake, you made a mistake. It happens. I make mistakes all the time. Okay, I'm not perfect. Just because I'm the streamer, I told you, I don't like the hierarchy. There is a hierarchy that will naturally exist because, you know, I'm a streamer, you're the viewers. But I don't care too much for it, you know what I mean? I'm as human as any of you guys. You know, crow roleplay aside, I suppose. So I'm not gonna be scrutinizing people. That's never my intention, but this has just been something that has been making me upset for a bit. Yeah. It's not my job to point it out. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Backseat moderating is something that it's not. I think it might be in the rules actually. And where sometimes some people want to help, but that's kind of what we have the mods for. So let them deal with it. You guys can just sit back and enjoy whatever is going on the screen. Different streamers do have different boundaries, and I appreciate that. You're respective of it, Gem, and hopefully you didn't take it too much to heart. Different streamers will have different rules, they'll have different boundaries. It's very important that, you know, you are aware of those. I'm not asking you to read my mind, you know, or anything like that, but I think if you spend enough time here, you'll eventually learn what these are, because I do talk about it a lot. I think it's important to talk about it a lot. It is what it is. Hello, Sinister. Data point of 1, but I've always felt seen here. That makes me very happy. I know that sounded very monotone and like, yeah, alright, you're just saying that, but you know, it is what it is. And I do think that I established my boundaries very well, Ray. Coming from you, that's a really big compliment. Apologies for the interruption. Shut up. Don't apologize. So yeah, sorry, I yapped about this a lot longer than I intended to. I didn't want to be such a negative Nancy or anything like that. So Cumbio, thank you for the gifted sub to Gem. Sorry, I'm a wee bit behind. Thank you very much, Gem. I hope you enjoy your sub. I love this song. I can live my life in abstinence while you indulge in peace. Really, it's in your rules, it's basic etiquette. If they're doing more than that, maybe accidental, it seems on purpose. But out there, people are still clueless, but still, yeah. I just can't help but be like, maybe they are really oblivious. In the world that we're in today, we are very much more aware that it's not as easy for some people to understand certain norms and social cues and certain etiquettes. I am more than happy to teach people generalized Twitch etiquette. Again, it varies from stream to stream, but there are some things that are just, you know, very general etiquette based. There are rules that I have that I think is just general etiquette, but because they get broken often enough, I think it's maybe not as common knowledge. You know what I mean? But I can't help but try to be as empathetic as I can. That there are people that just are, they struggle to pick up on this, and I can't be ableist. I don't have it in me to be ableist. That's why I give out so many warnings, because I think I've said this before. It's been a while since I have said this, but just to reaffirm, my generalized issue, obviously this depends on the role. You know, if you're sat in here slurring fucking like a storm and whatnot, I'm gonna be like, okay, alright, whatever. But when someone makes a mistake or breaks a rule or is a little bit rude, when they get warned by a mod or by myself if I'm able to at the time, my main issue isn't the fact that you did it in the first place. My main issue will be how you react and then accommodate in the future, how you take that. A lot of people, their pride gets wounded. They feel a little shamed and they take it out on me, take it out on chat. Obviously, I'm in the wrong, whatever makes them happy. But as I said before, these people usually take themselves out, so it's never really been an issue. And then you'll have some other people that are like, okay, learn my lesson. That's not something we can do here, and we'll move on. See, Jem, sorry to single you out there. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't remember what you did. I don't remember warning you. I don't remember a mod warning you. I don't remember. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, do not remember what the fuck you did. If you had not have said what you said, I wouldn't have been aware of... Oh my fucking god, I can't speak. I wouldn't have been aware that you had been warned. Hand on my heart. This is just how it is. Okay? I don't have the energy to be keeping tabs on people. Obviously, if there are some bad actors that are consistent in their behavior, the mods will flag it in the mod chat and be like, okay, we need to keep an eye. You might get, there's like you can add suspicious user as a tag to someone, so people know that you need to be monitored. I don't have many of those. Usually the ones that I do have are from other channels I share ban lists with. So I need to make it very clear. I don't hold grudges. If you make a mistake, okay, shit happens, but it really just depends on how you act afterwards. If you're gonna double down, the door is there. If you want to stick around and, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and try and make you feel ashamed, embarrassed, or whatever. That's not my intention, okay? I really need to hammer this down. I don't have anything against people. It isn't fair, no. That's what I realized yesterday. It's not fair on me. It feels really weird to say. So yeah, sorry, I'm still a little bit behind. Some of it's probably misunderstanding over what's acceptable and appreciated when you've been pretty indulgent. But I think with us hammering down, I know I'm very aware that it's still kind of wishy-washy, I guess, but these are just boundaries more than rules. It's less about, you know, a one-off, it's more about consistency. Maybe that's a better way to frame it. Because it really wears me down. It really, really does. I get very tired. Appreciate your charitability. I think it's a great quality, but it's against the rules and making you uncomfortable. No further justification is necessary. I suppose. Listen, it's hard, okay? I feel like I have to justify it all the time. I feel like I owe people reasoning, you know? She sees us all. You know what I mean. I have a tendency to overthink, so I will be scared. I may be stupid and a bit too hard-skinned. I get more warnings on the smaller mistakes just in case, because I don't want to disappear. What do you mean? Can I say this isn't in response to all rule breaking, it's just specifically in what I highlighted in the Discord. The comparisons and offhanded comments that are tiptoeing around the bringing up other streamers rule, and the context heavy references that get consistently made. Because some people in the past have said things and I have no fucking clue where it came from, and then later I found out actually it's a reference to a stream or a funny joke in one of my streamer friends' streams that I just wasn't aware of at the time. And I'm like, okay, well, now I feel like an idiot. Because, you know, you can't explain that reference without breaking a rule. So, you know, I think we should be a bit more careful with that. Hello, Infernal. How's it going? Lurkers we haven't seen. I don't look at my chat list. Sorry. Lurkers are only seen if they want to be seen. I was considering something lately. Something was brought to my attention on Twitter about when people type the lurk command, do people want to be thanked for their lurk? Or do they just want to not be noticed at all? My assumption was if you want to lurk, you'll lurk without using the command, you know, if you don't want to be seen at all. If you might, you know, you want to be noticed, then you'll type the exclamation mark lurk, you know what I mean? I've seen in quite a few channels, they have the channel point lurk redeems where it's like, you know, I'm lurking, but please don't say anything, or, you know, that sort of shit. I don't know if that's something I necessarily want to put in my channel, because as I said, my general assumption is just if you want to be noticed, you'll type lurk. If you don't want to be, you won't type lurk. There have been people that have in the past messaged me and talked to me. It was more like on Twitter before I closed my DMs because of all of the porn bots that I was getting. Oh my fucking god. It was crazy. But people who had never spoken a word in my stream were like, oh yeah, I lurk quite frequently. Thank you for your streams. I was like, oh my god, that is so gratifying. Usually I don't really like it when people DM me without any particular reason to do so. That is, you know, somewhat important because I can barely keep on top of DMs with my friends. No offense, but with my community it would be a lot worse, and I don't want anyone to get any kind of, I don't know, sour impression of me just because I'm not responding to DMs and whatnot. So, yeah. I used to think Ninja was a terrible person because of all the banned messages. Ninja uses the exclamation mark disappear command. It's not the first time someone has been like, oh, what did Ninja do? Which, again, you shouldn't really be commenting on it anyway, even though it's not, I'm not actively banning or timing out Ninja. Ninja's just using the disappear command. Thank you, Winter. It's very sweet of you. And the person will want to move on, exactly. I'd rather curb it beforehand. Winter, you're such a sweetheart. Thank you very much. Winter would rather do anything but, like, his actual job, so, you know, you might be doing him a favor. Hello, Pineapple. Sorry, I'm finally catching up. Etiquette is more often learned by perceiving rather than reading, especially on Twitch. People don't read. I've seen people point it out in just about every community I've been in, so it's not just a you issue. I get it in the bigger chats is probably funny. Again, a lot of things fly in the bigger streamer chats because the chat goes a lot faster. The streamer tends to not notice. Mods won't bother like removing it or addressing it because if it just scrolls by, you know, just ignore it, you know what I mean? But again, I cannot highlight this enough. I am a little baby streamer, okay? I love the little community that I have, and I do my best to do right by everyone here. But I read everything, and some things I just can't help but take to heart. That's just the very human side of me. So... It was winter? I don't remember either, man. I see it in the logs. Oh, there are logs I see. Winter gets the receipts. I don't see, there's a lot of stuff that I don't necessarily see because I don't use Twitch to view my chat because, as I said before, with my CPU being a bit of a bottlenecker on my stream PC, I try and have my browsers closed whenever I'm not needing it open. So there are a lot of things that I actively miss when things get warned or when things, you know, get brought up. So because it doesn't show that on my OBS chat. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you for not taking it to heart. It's never meant to be a personal attack when mods or myself reminding you for the rules. So thank you for not taking it so much. Again, as I said, we don't remember shit, bro. It's often not that deep. Hello Hannah, thank you so much for the 2 and resub. Happy 27 months, thank you. How's it going? It's definitely rough being in the spotlight all the time. Look, I will not lie to you, you know, sometimes it is a bit rough. It's not always woe is me, but I'm not someone who's explicitly received many hate comments before. I've got the occasional fucking weirdo shit happening in chat and the occasional weirdo comment on YouTube and TikTok that we can all fucking point and laugh at. Honestly, the hate comments are not really a problem either because I know they are intended to invoke rage. They're intended to be hate comments. I know their purpose, so it's easy to ignore them. But it is the comments that are a little bit more personal that hits closer to the heart. A little bit more, you know. Okay. Does that make sense? I'm still yapping about it, Jesus Christ. You could ban me right now, I'd be upset, but it would 100% be up to your discretion. Yeah, I suppose you're right, but it's just not the type of person I am. It's just not who I am. You're very right, though. You know what's funny? I preach the same thing to other people. I tell other people this as well. You don't owe anyone anything. I mean, I say this to you guys all the time. You don't owe anyone anything. You don't owe me anything. All I need is you to follow, you know, the rules and whatnot. Obviously, actions have consequences and whatnot, but you don't owe me your time. If you want to leave today and never pop by another stream, that's completely up to you. In the past, people have done so. There have been regulars that I don't see around anymore. It's a little sad when you think about it, but they have their own lives at the end of the day. I mean, it was pretty cool that they decided to hang around for so long. I expect the same will happen for the majority of you eventually. You have lives. I might not be interesting anymore. It's completely fine. I don't mean to devalue your participation in streams or anything like that. I just mean there's no hard feelings, you know? It's sad, but it's just what happens, and the quicker you come to terms with that as a streamer, I think the better your mental health is when it comes to streaming. No one owes you anything. So there are some really entitled streamers out there. Really entitled. Sometimes when I go grocery shopping, I feel the need to justify going grocery shopping. I hate grocery shopping. Especially when I'm hungry. I like the little bye when I go. Well, when I say goodbye? Is that... Wait, or what do you mean? Oh, you mean when you're lurking? If you use the lurk command, it's because you want to be acknowledged. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it on that basis. I know a lot of people have the little, the channel point interactions in their stream because of, lurkers being counted. Reasonings. Not to be like a pick-me or pretend that I'm above everyone, but I think you guys, at least the regulars, should know by now that no one has to do any sort of backflipping to view my stream. You guys view my stream however you want me to. However you want to. If that's having 30 other streams muted in a tab, it's completely fine by me. If that's just how you enjoy it, you do you know? Normally just lurk without being noticed so I don't say anything. That's fine. That's completely fine. I figured that would be the case. Because that's what I do. If I want to lurk, but I don't want to be noticed, I will just not type anything. I'll just lurk. But do keep in mind that, I do mean it when I say I don't look at any logs or any of the only time I ever look at users in chat is usually I'm looking for a particular VIP or I'm looking for a mod if they are in chat or not. So I know whether to deal with something or if I'm talking about something that I need probably a VIP to not hear. those are the only instances that I've ever checked users in chat, so... I think sometimes you can type the lurks, so let's say if you were talking about something with a streamer before, you type lurks so you know if you mention them again, they won't be there to respond. That's usually what I do as well, yeah. Yeah, gonna go lurk now. Bye or hi, I'm lurking. Yeah, so, okay, I will keep doing that then. I will keep doing that. A little bird streamer? Oh, there. I love getting paid and hate the process of what I need to do to get paid. Amen. Hey, fucking man. Hell doesn't even know her own commands, probably. There's a list somewhere. Your wonderful process of happiness. I'm not taking that to heart. Shut the fuck up. Welcome in, yeet the god. Twitch doesn't count someone as a viewer unless they speak, correct? Listen, I will speak on this topic as much as I know. And that is, I don't know. I don't know. It's like fucking myths and whispers going on all the time on what actually is and what actually isn't. Lots of fear-mongering, lots of excuses being made because people don't like that the number on their screen is low. At the end of the day, it's of no concern to me, so I've never really done any research of it. There have been people that say you can only have 2 tabs open. They're unmuted. There are people that say you can't have the player muted, you must have the tab muted. There's the people that say, like, after a raid, you have to refresh or you won't be counted. There are people who say that if you don't type in chat at least once every hour, then you won't be counted. There are people that say, like, if you don't, like, interact at all with the stream, you won't be... I don't... At this point, it's anyone's guess on whether you'll be counted as a viewer or not. I think the term being counted as a viewer is so stupid anyway. If you watch the stream, you're a viewer. If you're not watching the stream, but you have the stream open, you're probably a lurker. Just because you're not being registered as a little number in the bottom corner of the fucking stream player doesn't mean you're not watching the fucking stream. I understand for some people, like the bigger people, when it comes to sponsorships and, you know, the money that they get to pay for their living and stuff, like it is a bit of more of a big deal, especially if the number is a very, you know, big difference. But usually in these cases, people have been shown that they're viewbotting anyway, so who cares? A lot of people get very upset because they're like about partner pushing. What benefits do you get being a partner nowadays? You don't even get discount at TwitchCon anymore. A lot of the partner benefits have come down to being affiliate. A lot of affiliate benefits are going down to being, you know, for just non-affiliates. I have no qualm with this personally. I'm fine with it. Whatever keeps the platform alive, I'm fine. So, my takeaway is that Winter had to check, yeah. I'm exhausted. I'm sorry to hear you're tired. Hopefully you can get some good rest soon. You have to click the chat box? Are you kidding me? Please don't feel like you guys have to do this. It's okay. It's completely okay. Again, I don't mean to come across as some sort of virtue signaler, but I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not gonna be doing backflips in the streams that I lurk in to fucking count as a little number on the bottom of your screen. I'm gonna enjoy your stream the way that I would like to, whether that's just lurking, having it on my second monitor, or, you know, actively participating. Whatever I'm feeling like that in the moment, I will, you know, and I lurk in a lot of streams. I have everyone's tabs open and stuff, but I'm not, at most I'll just mute the tab. Just because it's easier to unmute whenever I want to listen in on a particular stream. But other than that, I'm not doing backflips. I'm not expecting anyone else to do backflips. Okay? Once again, lots of fear-mongering, lots of like, you know, oh, you're not really supporting me if you're not doing this. Well, I think that people are just being incredibly entitled. No one has to come by and watch your stream in the first place. The community tab typically will not contain a list of all the lurkers, just anyone who has the chat widget loaded as well. Who knows? I don't know. Lots of things have been said. Lots of things have been proven. Lots of things have been disproven. I've not kept up with them. So, yeah. Your guess is as good as mine. Follow what your heart believes, but please don't put yourself out just to watch me fucking become an empress or whatever it was. I'll get even older, break my hip, and won't be able to crawl to my PC or phone anymore to get on stream. It's a sad truth. No. No functions on Twitch are guaranteed to actually function a certain way. Imagine. Like, I can't shit on Twitch too much. I said it before a million times. It doesn't cost anything for me to come on here and stream. All my streaming costs are self-imposed because I want a cool model and I want to do things that are cool. But to just set up a stream, OBS is free. You know, Twitch is free. They take a portion of money that you earn, but you don't have to, you know, pay anything to be on there. You don't have to pay subscription or anything like that. It's just they take half of what you earn, which is very fair, considering in most cases, no one earns anything. So they are losing money quite a bit. So I can't, you know, obviously it's very frustrating when Twitch does something that's like, okay, why are you doing that? You know? But for the most part, when Twitch breaks and stuff, it's like, oh, typical Twitch, small indie company, but at the end of the day, it's like, okay, yeah, but they are losing money, and I'm happy to be here, so... Yeah. Hello, Sparkle, how you doing? I'm in my blood moon, so I suffered silence. Oh my god, girly, are we synced? Passport is in progress. Nice! I need to get my passport sorted. Well, some form of ID. You broke your streak. Yeah, the streak breaks a lot, doesn't it? Using Lurk as AFK announcement. Sorry, I'm still catching up. I'm catching up. Learned recently that partners, some streamers can actually set their number to not go over a certain amount. Yes, I know. I joked about this. As soon as that is available to affiliates, I will be setting my viewer count to the number fucking 4. That's what we'll be doing. So let me explain that feature. The feature is intended for people that are getting viewer botted. Obviously, very recently, Twitch put out a thing that would stop. It's mainly to target the top streamers that are viewer botting. Basically, it's supposed to notice any trends, like, and be like, okay, this is not your usual number, so we're gonna cut it down to this number because you're clearly viewer botting. But the self-imposed viewer cap, it's not to cap how many people can view your stream, it's just the number. It just shows, it's the number that it shows. It's available for partners only at the moment. As soon as it's available to the affiliate peasants like myself, I'm going to set mine to the number 4. I got viewer botted once. Twitch never removed it from my statistics. I check at least twice a year to see if it's still there. It is still there. A couple of years ago, I got viewer botted to 1,600 viewers. I think it was during one of the Christmas streams, the Christmas specials that we usually do, the pre-Christmas streams. Because I remember Go messaged me saying, you should look at your viewer count. And I looked at it, I was like, oh my god, 1,600, I'm getting botted to 1,600 viewers. It was crazy. So, yeah. Raid, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, raiders. Let me just quickly catch up on the chat before I send you all off to the raid video. I pay money to see you do backflips, though. I could probably do one before you'll be attending my funeral. We get banned so quickly. Well, I appreciate it for stopping by, Eat God. Yeah, I hope you can get some rest. Okay, blah 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 blah. Your own life will always come above anyone else, including any stream focus. Someone makes you happy. Yeah! See, Sparkle gets it. Sparkle gets it. Okay, scrolling. There's some poetry going on in chat, I see. Scrolling. Alright, thank you for the like trash can. Right, okay. Welcome in, raiders. Sorry for being rude there. I've been spending the last hour trying to catch up on chat. I'm just gonna send you the raid video.
Hello raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges, but if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Galamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Pygo illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello! Welcome in, Raiders. Ray, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I hope you had a lovely art stream. Please do feel free to let us know what kind of art you got up to. But of course, if you don't want to, that is fine as well. I completely understand you just got done with the art, with the stream. You might want to go get some rest, get some food and whatnot. Absolutely valid. So don't worry too much about it. To anyone that is new here, hello, I'm Hel. I won't yap too much about myself because the raid video does it for me. That's what its purpose is for. But today we're just chatting at the moment. We are just chatting about a lot of things. We're currently talking about Twitch actually. Probably I might try and set up Enter the Dragonfly today. We might start it today. Why not? Why not torture myself? What's this poetry? What is this about? Oh, the context is writes an entire Shakespeare novel to announce you're lurking to go piss, and this is what Longo wrote. So, forsooth this stream doth fill my heart with joyous warmth, not otherwise known, and so I pray you do not stop on mine behalf despite this news that I have drank a 7th cup of coffee, strong and freshly brewed. What? Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be when you said that I needed to read the context. I imagine that IRL Twitch streamers like people doing stuff on Market for tips. Imagine your fave street clown IRL and you tip them every day when they show up. I mean, streamers have been compared akin to Tamagotchi, right? Worked on some merch today. Nice! Merch is always fun. It does remind me, for the people who are wanting new merch with regards to my outfit, especially the desk mat, Kage Fumi, who did my original desk mat, their commissions are not open at the moment, so I don't really know what to do because I wanted one that was kind of matchy. So give a self-care check, Winter. I might see if I can still give them a message, see when their availability might be. So, yeah. Thanks for the self-care check. Got a lot done. We love the productivity. Matchy Matt, that's cute. Yeah, I know a lot of people were I say a lot of people. There's a couple of people were saying it would be nice to have a darker theme, which would be my intention. But I wanted to see if Kage Fumi could do it again. With regards to the made mod / goons art, that should be done maybe like well, it should be started this month. I don't know when it'll be done, but it should be started this month. Poor guys, listen, you guys can't sit there and be like poor guys. You were the ones that did that. You were the ones that enabled that to happen. My boundaries are valid. That's a good one, eh? You're an angel? No one is an angel. Chat will be a sweetheart to the mods just to spite hell even more. Chat is the reason why that we're getting this art in the first place, so I don't know. I don't know. Do you want to know something that's pretty cool? I'm not gonna out them because it's not my place to. But I technically met a rioter yesterday and was gifted the... I mean, technically I've actively played with a rioter before, but I didn't really know that this was a thing. I got a riot-specific ward that you can get when you meet the rioter. I did not make... Faker is not a rioter, what? That's not... What? I have the riot ward, it's pretty cool. That's quite possibly one of the biggest achievements of my life, by the way. That must be something new then? Well, newish. Well, okay, I knew that it was a thing in Valorant because there were a few rioters on my timeline that posted about like, hey, like chances are if you're gonna be a knob, you know, asking for one, we're not gonna give you like a riot gun buddy or whatever it is. I didn't know it was the same thing for League of Legends. So, oh, that's pretty cool. Hell meets a rioter, closes all commissions. Thanks everyone, I got my stuff. No, it's nothing like that. My commissions are still open. Man's chained me into the Singe player I was. You are a pretty fucking nasty Singe player, David. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I kind of made my week, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I will tell you, I did try some more polls for that fucking Cafe Cuties background and I didn't get it, so I might kill someone, but that's okay. Moyo, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida, I hope you enjoy your stay. Bigger achievement than finding that super rare shark? Yeah. Who the fuck cares about Sea of Thieves anymore? Not me. It's me, she's gonna kill me. Sure, why not? Nah, fuck the Shrouded Ghost. I don't even care. Honestly, I wasn't that shocked about the Shrouded Ghost. Big deal. People who have played for like 8,000 hours in Sea of Thieves haven't seen it, and I got it in like my first, what, fucking 300 hours? Technically it's you. I'm just gonna, I don't know, pour bleach and an ammonia-based cleaner in the mod basement, I think. Jesus Christ. Yes, you have God's look at every game and everything ever. Feel free to boast. Oh yeah, if I did, then I would have pulled what I needed to. $10 meeple yesterday, your greed knows no limit. Okay, but... Okay, where's my Cafe Q-Day background? You got Hello Kitty Island Adventure? Hello Kitty Island Adventure was gifted to me, but I never tried it out yet. I originally had it on my wish list for the longest time, but after seeing some reviews, I was a little bit put off because like, is it correct that it was like a free game on mobile, and then they just put a, what was it, like a fucking 40 quid price tag on it on Steam? The Shrouded Ghost is the peak of your life. Oh god. I don't know if it's free. On mobile, I thought it was. I almost got I played a game at like fucking fuck ass o'clock this morning. And I almost got 10 Dark Star as well. I have 9. If I'd have gotten lucky on the KO augment that I had, where I had the chance to duplicate like I would duplicate one of the components of the items, I would have had 10, but I didn't. It gave me the BF sword. You guys got to experience getting one? We said we'll find one for me, and then the game went to hell. Yeah, the game, look, that's not my problem. It wasn't my fault, it's the game's fault, you know? Bro put a self-imposed ban for League and Overwatch to clear the backlog just to end up playing TFT. Yep. That sounds about right. I got some chocolate. I did a little grocery shopping today. I got some chocolate. Look, I'm gonna do it today. I'm gonna start Enter the Dragonfly as soon as I set it up, okay? Dark chocolate, milk chocolate. I'm not a dark chocolate girly. I love white chocolate, but I can't eat too much of it, so I go for the milk chocolate. So it's a little bit more balanced. Do you guys want some? %70% or above? Yeah, alright, buddy. Enjoy your charcoal. Did you guys also know that Road to Empress needs an internet connection to play it? Because of the way the videos are hosted? New season is tomorrow? Wait, really? I mean, there's nothing saying I can't play off stream. I'm just usually... You know, you want to do drives, and I'm too tired. No worries, Sparkle. Thank you so much for stopping by. Best of luck with the rest of your day. Hopefully the blood curse is lenient. Take good care. Alright, what do we need? We need an ISO. A vet visit. I hope it's nothing too serious. Best of luck with her. It's hard for her to drink. I see. Only her right pupil dilated. Dude, the drinking the water is a big problem too, considering it's probably just gonna get hotter, right? Best of luck. I'm hoping it's nothing, you know, too serious. Get it sorted and she's all good. Alright, hopefully I don't get a virus from this. Oh, God. Thank you for the lyric, Gem. Best of luck with the rest of your shift. Okay, let's see. Yep, it's the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life. Fantastic. Oh, dearie me. Oh, wait, we're gonna get to see the fucking... Wait, we're gonna get to see the intro sequence where Hunter's like, "Wah!" Oh, you guys are in for a treat. Oh, you guys are in for such a treat. There might be something fucked up with the controls as well. I don't explicitly remember, but I'm pretty sure there is something that is potentially fucked up with the controls. Oh, what the fuck? My Steam open. Press my PlayStation button and Steam opened. Is it gonna happen again? Why is Steam opening? Me when the controls are actually fucked up. Hello? What is this? Guys, I'm gonna don't you worry about a thing. I'll fix this right now. Get the controller out too, why the fuck not? Hello? Why are we not working? Do I need to fucking... Every fucking time I open this, do I need to, like... Why is... Alright, I'm closing fucking Steam. This has got to be like a big picture mode type thing. Hello? What's going on? Why is my controller? I'm gonna throw up. Alright, controller. We're just gonna have to do it manually like this. No, that's not. There we go. Apply. Okay. Oh! Loud. Why are you so loud? You didn't see that. Holy fucking shit. Alright. No, I don't want to see. Is this a demo? I don't want to see a demo, please. No, come on. No, I don't. There we go. It's by the way, this is a PlayStation 2 game. I think the PlayStation 1 games look so much better. Alright. It's still really loud. I can turn it down when I get in game, hopefully. Oh look, it's a sorceress from the third Spyro game. Whoa!
It's just a float, you scaredy cat.
They sure do look happy, don't they, Spyro?
Well, it's not every day that a dragon gets his dragonfly. Right, Sparks.
So, we meet again, little dragon. I'm back, and I'm stronger than ever.
Ripto is from the second game.
Shorty? Nobody invited you. This is an invitation-only party.
Very clever, dragon. You know,
Forgot, this is actually... They got Tom Kenny, right?
What do you want this time, Ripto?
Oh, yeah. What do we want this time,
Oh yeah,
boss?
Crush and Gulp speak now.
You're not hired for your brains, you dinosaurian landmass! Keep thinking, and I will send you back to the place I found you, unemployed in Molten Crater, begging for work from nasty North. Now, back to what I was saying.
Molten Crater?
Well,
I'm pretty
what
sure is it
do
the
I want
third
this time?
level? It's a level in the third Spyro game, and Nasty Knock is from the first game. So a lot of references to the other three games here.
To do with dragons, I thought perhaps
You can see Bentley in the background.
dragonflies.
No one gonna stop him, by the way.
Well, that wasn't supposed to happen, but You see, without the power of dragonflies, the dragons are nothing. Soon the dragon homelands will be mine. Spyro, that little lizard totally stole all the dragonflies. Even Sparks is gone.
Spyro, Hunter, don't worry. I think I know where to
Music
start.
is so loud. The sound balancing is really bad. I don't think that Bianca is the original voice actress, and I'm not sure about Hunter.
Sparks! I thought I lost you, pal.
That was close, Sparks. Listen, I think I may have figured out a way to catch those dragonflies. Spyro, stand back.
Whoa! What'd you do that for?
So you can
Well,
breathe
That didn't
bubbles.
exactly work right. I'm still learning, you know, Spyro. The good news is I've created a powerful magic that will enable you to use different breath abilities. The bad news is you're gonna have to find dragon runes to use them, since the spell scattered them in different parts of the dragon realms.
Cool. Come on, Sparks. Let's get going. We've got a lot of work ahead of us if we want to find those dragonflies. Do you think we'll ever get a day off?
God have mercy on my soul. Hello, Ushi. Welcome in. How's it going? Sorry, guys. My PlayStation 2 can't load this faster. That's a crazy loading time. Alright, let's... fucking... What does it mean, voice on? Voice on is crazy. Do we want it wide or do we want it thin? Holy shit, you can see so much more. We'll just play it as it is. Wait, hints? Sure, why not? Crogalia. Ooh, look at this. Delicious. Oh, can't see you, Sparks. Every time the bad guys come, they end up trying to steal the dragon treasure. They always take more than they can carry and drop it all over the place. Pick it up so we can return the dragon elders. Once we're finished, I can even help. I don't think there has been a single point where it tells us to pick up the gems. Maybe oh. The controls are so heavy. Remember, like I've done nothing to this frame rate. Oh, I'm turning the hints off. I'm turning the fucking hints off. I don't need to be told how to play Spyro. Oh my lord. Lag, bro. Forgot how to say words? No, I skipped the dialogue. To be fair. I'm fucking feeling wheezy at this camera control. The frames. This is the game, guys. This is the actual game. This isn't my computer. My PlayStation is unable to run it. This is actually how it was back in the day. I thought maybe with my, my PlayStation 2, I'd be able to run it a little bit better than my old PlayStation 2, but no, it's just fucking ass, bro. You have tongue tracking? Yeah, I can stick on my tongue. Oh yeah, no, that's where I get... So... You're not ready for this.
dragon rune to the dragon spirit over there. With this rune, he'll be able to combine dragon magic with my magic and grant you bubble breath to catch dragonflies.
Oh,
They're shy
Lord.
and will probably run away from you anytime you come near them. Use your L1 button.
Shut up. Go away, Bianca.
Spyro, the magic of this sacred rune will bestow upon you the power of bubble breath.
Bubble breath. We can blow bubbles now. And that's how you catch her. Sounds like it's straight out of fucking SpongeBob.
Hey, it's Toon.
Oh yeah, all of the dragonflies, they have names. So, as I was saying before, well, I wasn't saying this before, as I've said previously, this game's speedrun, the any percent, can be completed in literally 2 minutes. Because this is the portal to the final boss. And I don't know where it is specifically, but I'm pretty sure if you head bash in like a certain spot, you can clip down. I don't know how hard or how easy it is to do. You can clip into the ground and straight into the portal below. Because as with most Spyro games, how they are made is the portals for the places always exist no matter where it is they are, like whether they are unlocked or not. So yeah, hello Lychee, how's it going? SpongeBob and Lion King. I mean, Spyro is voiced by Tom Kenny. Is that his name? Tom Kenny? The name of SpongeBob. So, but yeah, this frame rate. This is not. This is the game. This is the game. This is how it was when I played it on originally back in the day on PlayStation 2. Okay, we got the flame breath challenge. If you didn't know, you had to walk through it to start the challenge. Now you do because they had to explain that to you. He is speaking words? Yeah, he is. Oh, can I... What is this? You know, I'm not gonna fuck with that. Moving the camera is so slow. Alright, where are these targets? I don't know where they are. I'm probably gonna have to go back up there. No, 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 there's a gate. You have to get the electric bath to open it. If you didn't know the big electric thing on the... I suppose it shouldn't be as harsh when it comes to tutorials because it is for children, but... Oh, I see the other targets. Hey, Hunter.
Hey, Spyro. You know, if you press the X button to jump...
Oh, you're teaching me to jump. Typical Hunter things, honestly. This is very bog standard of the Spyro games. Hunter is teaching you how to jump. He did it in Spyro 2. He does it in Spyro 3. And here he is doing it in Spyro not 4 because we're not attributing that great number to this game.
Way to go, Spyro! I think I see something shiny on that ledge over there. You can
Wow!
get there by hovering. To hover, press the
Okay.
triangle button at the end of your
Oh, he's still
glide.
speaking. Hello, Clarinets. How's it going?
Nice work, Spyro! And check this out. I found a dragon.
It's crazy. It wasn't over here when I originally came over here. What? What? Bubbles.
It's Bubbles.
If I remember correctly, there are some names where it's not even right. Like he... By Hunter, what the fuck? There are some names where he doesn't even say them right. This fucking lag is so off-putting. I think I've done this like the wrong way. I should have done the ones over there first. Wait, where's the last one? Oh no, I'm not gonna make it. Balls! You bastard. Haircut this morning? Nice! Always feel good after a fresh haircut. I was thinking about checking this game out of curiosity and said how bad it is. I think life is hard and rough enough as it is. And that's coming from you when you played Eternal Night. That's crazy. You gave Eternal Night a go. You actually finished Eternal Night, but you won't play you won't play Into the Dragonfly. There is a reason. Honestly, thinking back, I thought that I put this too high and I felt a bit silly, but maybe I should have put it fucking higher. I'm not getting nostalgic for it, no. The frame rate is so bad.
Hey, it's G.
You know what's funny? I think it's very obvious that instead of having him say, hey, it's, for every single one of them, they just said, you know what, just say, hey, it's, and then we'll just read out all the names and we'll cut it in. It'll be seamless, and it is not. You play Tarkov to raise your bad optimization tolerance. I played my fair share of bad optimized games. I don't need to raise any sort of tolerance. Wow, I wonder what breath I need to unlock that one. Oh, Sparks is gonna tell me. Do you hear, like, when I'm jumping? the sound sometimes continues on even though I'm jumping when I'm the charging sound. It's alright, I've completely forgot that there are fucking speedways in this too. That's gonna be almost as depressing as... oh, I guess I can't fucking go up there yet. As doing the ones in the original Spyro one. Dawn of a New Dragon can be rough around the edges because the game has a lot of stuff meant for the next console generation. This is meant for PlayStation 2! What? Oh. Oh. No, I... I didn't want to go on the stone anyway. Why is he doing that with his eyes? This shouldn't be taking this long to load.
Oh no, Spyro! It looks like the Riptocs have frozen all the Dragon Masters.
Ain't that a shame? Imagine going from Spyro 3 to this. Next gen too, you're like, oh my god, we played Spyro on the PlayStation 1. They made a PlayStation 2 Spyro game? Oh, I'm so excited, and it's this. I mean, honestly, at the time, it's probably not as bad as we are experiencing it right now. You know, like, people will have been a lot more lenient with the performance stuff and that sort of thing. His mouth ain't even moving. But I think it still deserves a lot of the scrutiny. Ventriloquist. Oh, what's with the cutting of the... Did you hear that? Wait. Oh my god. It's not even... That water is not even moving. That water is not even moving. Oh no, now it is. Wait. It wasn't before. Wait, now it's moving. Why was it not moving before? Wait, what? Wait, it's not moving again. Oh, no, now it is. Oh, okay, you know what? Let's move on. I think, guys, what's the average time it takes for someone to finish this game fully? You know what's also funny? I'm pretty sure this... That noise is reused from one of the Spyro games. I feel like I heard that before. Water's got social anxiety. It's me, I'm water. Ugh. Full playthrough on YouTube is about 5 to 6 hours. 10 hours. Oh, those are two very different times. Oh no. So between 5 to 10 hours. Okay.
Thank goodness you had the sense to free me from that icy cage. Who would have thought the Riptox would dare invade the sacred Dragonfly Dojo? Spyro,
Your name is
do
Bruce.
what you can to return the dojo to its peaceful state.
Please tell me this accent
All
isn't
the
being
Dragon
put on.
Masters. Remember, Spyro, the way of the dragon is to be a dragon.
Thank God I'm a dragon, huh? The Way of the Dragon, I love that movie. God. This is so rough. Rah! You know what would have been funny? Imagine they Toys for Bob remade Enter the Dragonfly for April Fools. Do you know what I found out recently? Do you know the Madagascar game? The legendary Madagascar game? I'm sure everyone knows about that. It was made by Toys for Bob and Blizzard. Did you own this one? Yeah, I had the platinum version. I remember because I was the fucking case for it was so weird looking. But yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I noticed because Toys for Bob had like made a post and like they had obviously all of the characters on the games that they worked on in there, and I was confused because I was like, why is Alex the Lion there? And then I googled the Madagascar game and saw that they were there. I was like, holy shit. I would have missed that, by the way. I would have absolutely have missed that if I had not gone back for it. Gone back that way. I did finish this game, but I finished it once, and I was fucking little baby, so I don't remember much of it. So there might be things that I do miss. Yeah, this is the one I did not like. Shellac is a name. Hey, Ghost. It's a fucking baby dragon.
Spyro, my kite got stuck up in the tree. Could you get my kite out of the tree for me, Spyro? I can't reach it because there's nothing here to stand on. Just...
Is this one of those... Do I need to come back with the ice breath for this? Not that fucking stock child laugh. Oh my god, fuck off. You don't have to be doing all that. Did you not want to pick up that gem, Sparks? Was that just optional, I guess? I swear, I keep going around here and picking up all the gems and then I come back and more gems have spawned. What's that all about? Please, the camera isn't turning. Why is it not turning? No, I don't think I can jump from there. Okay.
Spyro-san, I'm sorry the dojo is in such a state.
And your name is Jackie.
A haven of tranquility. It is here that dragonflies grow up and train to be dragon companions. Protecting young dragonflies is a dragon sensei's highest calling, you know. And Spyro, your efforts will result in much reward.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie. I might need a drink. I don't drink, but I might need a drink. Do you still have that wine? I do. Maybe I should go get it. Just go get the wine. Fuck it, why not? Or maybe we have Curry Monday or something. I don't know. I hit brew. No, I fucking fell. Goddamn. God. Oh, God. See, what is the point in having that little loading screen and then, like, we have a loading screen into a loading screen. You're gonna make a drink soon for the Egypt versus Belgium game. Who are you wanting to win? This is their only game? Ghost, please. Alright, ring, light, lanterns. Rings, light the lanterns, bust down the rickshaws, and then chase down the riptocs. Okay, rings, lanterns, rickshaws, and riptocs. I already forgot. Rings, lanterns, something. It's inverted! What does this do? We're about to find out. Does this... What does 16 mean? What did this do? I don't know. Oh, sensitivity? Bro, it's so fucking over. There's no option for me to turn off the fucking... I hate speedways, and they're even worse when they're inverted fucking controls. What happened to the color of his wings? Alright. Oh, this is like from the one Spyro 3 level. See, the homages they make are pretty well done. Honestly, it's just a shame the game is made through like, well, what fucking engine was this game made on? I want to say Cubase 7 because it's a music making application, and that would be really fucking funny. Oh, that is crusty. Your PlayStation 2 is capable of changing? I could have a look at the pads. Is there skill points in this game? I don't know if I have it in me to go for the skill points, I'm not gonna lie to you. I should be flying the other way ideally. Okay, this is done. Is there skill points? Oh! Oh! We can never open the Atlas, guys. We cannot open the Atlas. Okay, we got a dragonfly. Who do we got? Rashomon. Oh, I didn't mean to do this one. Okay, why'd you have to repeat what you said? Need to get the energy? You got this. If I have the energy to play this fucking game when it's that time of the month, you can get your laundry, wait, do I have to collect all of the red dots? Just follow the red dots, right? Are they just disappearing because they get de-rendered or whatever when I pass them? Sorry, not to be a comparison, Andy, just because I'm doing something despite feeling shitty doesn't mean anyone else has to do something when they're not feeling up for it. I'm just trying to encourage Fantastic motivational speaker. I wouldn't go that far, but I appreciate it. What? Kiss my ass. Kiss my fucking ass. I wonder what the voice is saying. I didn't notice this here before. Are there chains hanging from the fucking... Why are there chains hanging from the cherry blossom trees? I don't think cherry blossom trees grow chains. Or am I mistaken? I'm not a tree surgeon. It's actual torture. Look. We're all having a good time. You guys are having a laugh, right? That's making you entertained. Oh wait, we're on our second lap already. Best of times, absolutely. That's good then, that's good. That's all I can ask for. I'm glad that we get to experience this together. Platonically. Plus, I ain't gonna lie to you, the fucking hot water bottle is doing God's work. Guys, if you're prone to any sort of like a soreness, even, you know, you don't have to be having a time of the month per se. Do you have like any tummy issues or anything like that? I gotta recommend it. Oh, I was wondering, I was like, wait, why am I not like first place despite passing a bunch of people? I think I'm just lapping them. It's crazy. I do encourage getting a hot water bottle. Winner! We got it at the end. Sick! I didn't mean to click try again. I don't want to try again. Please tell me I don't have to do it again and I can just go get my dragonfly. Just make sure it's not out of date. Out of date, out of schmate, you know? Stop clicking! Oh my god, that's me. That's me that's doing that. That's me. That's literally me that's doing that. Stop clicking. I'm talking to myself. It's very good for soreness in general. In a microwave heat pack, but it caught fire in the microwave. Maybe a hot water bottle is safer. You Jimbo. I don't want to do any more challenges. I'm done. Wait, do you see the seam? Wait, you can see the seam of the circle on the right. Do you see that? On the right here? Did you guys see that seam? What the hell? I'm pretty sure that sound is a sound I heard from one of the previous Spyro games. Sparks, I need you to collect the gems, please. There's some rubber bottles for the hot water. It's flexible, so better fitting the body. Well, yeah, that's what hot water bottles are. That is what a hot water bottle is, but you can get covers for it. I'm pretty sure that mine is made of rubber. It's not shaped like an actual, like, typical water bottle. It's more like a... I don't know what you would call it. Shaped like a fucking kidney, I don't know. You can get them in all different kinds of shapes. I had to get a new one recently. And I was looking at them and they had some that were like just kind of log shaped. Like a pouch, yeah, a pouch, exactly. Simmering water and putting it in a plastic bottle? No, wait. You guys don't know about hot water bottles? Are they not like a well-known thing? No, it's like a big rubber pouch. You fill with hot water. You usually put a cover on it. You're not supposed to fill it with boiling water, keep in mind. It's hot water you're supposed to fill it with. But I fill it with boiling, because I'm a rebel. Huh. Oh. I should get cancelled for saying that. My American could be showing.
Beyond your years. May the dragon spirits guide you on your way.
Sir, you need to turn off that voice meter. What the fuck? Are you gonna be voiced by Braum?
Spyro. In trouble again, I see. What a surprise.
No.
Dragons in danger or something
You're not.
like that? Well, you'll
Thank you
have
for the
to
lyric
pay me
art.
200
Best of luck
gems
with
to
your
cross this
groceries. Get
mighty
yourself something
large
nice.
chasm to reach-
Alright. Take my fucking gems, you bastard.
Thanks, Spyro. These gems are music to my...
No, the reason you're not supposed to put, boiling water is because it can, when you press it, you can burn yourself. Hello, Snowy. How's it going? I had this game and then glitched when I got to a level and never let me progress further. Yeah, that sounds about right, honestly, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that happened to me. Honestly, it'd be a blessing if that happened to me and I wouldn't have to finish the rest of the game. There's another guy that lost his fucking kite! I see that over there! I don't have the ice breath though, I need to come back with the ice breath. One SpongeBob episode where they sneak into Squidward's house, put their hands in a pouch and light a flashlight underneath it. You know, I think eventually I'm gonna get very motion sick by the rapid changing of the frame rates. I wonder if that's something I can fix on my PlayStation 2. Right.
Hey, it's dawn!
It's dawn! More like pain in my backside. Alright, we can't get your kite because we need the ice breath. This game was made with sticks, wet paper, and dreams. More like nightmares. Nightmares, nightmares, and nightmares. What? Okay, right, that was silly. Why didn't I jump? Why am I all the way back here? Okay, yes, you can just spam the jump hop. It just didn't want to let me do that when I was there. Understandable. Have a nice day. I miss Inspire 2. Used to be able to double jump. I unlock you already? No.
Good work, Spyro-san. Those Riptocs don't seem to be much of a challenge for you. Perhaps you should contemplate a career as a dragon sensei. It could be your density. I mean, your destiny.
Never speak to me again, please. Thank you. Yeah, they said density. And it was like, I mean destiny, because that was the joke. Bars! Yes, I'm going to be behind them if I have to keep playing this game. Cinder?
Hey, it's Cinder.
I hope she's gonna be in the new Spyro game. That would be so cool. If they did make nods to the Legend of Spyro series, honestly, I might have to hail Toys for Bob as my goats. You know? Oh, wait, is this the right way? I thought there was a portal back there. There are parts of this soundtrack that sound very Spyro 2-ish, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. It was a portal, it was just not a portal back. This is something else. Tank!
Welcome to our tank training arena, Private Dragon. Now I've got a prize for
Okay,
you.
why'd we go from like
But you'll have to
Asia
figure
to
out when you get
this?
past the gates. Would you clear out the tank training arena?
Oh, tank controls time. Run over the bunnies. This reminds me of the mini game and the kind of, I forgot the name of the level, but the one in the It was the third game, the one that was like the fucking kind of Egyptian themed level. The boats? No, it wasn't the boats. The one with the dogs that you had to keep solving the riddles for. I can't turn my camera, by the way. For what reason did we need 21 of these fuckers to kill? Okay, right, whatever.
Oh no, they got you.
This music doesn't suit the fucking minigame, by the way. I don't think, like, I honestly think, like, it's just, it's missing the charm of, the PlayStation graphics. It just looks horrible. General. I have to do this all over again. Ugh. Wait, you can run over the rabbits. That's funny. Wait. Oh, you get your health back. I see. But you see what I mean when I say this game was not necessarily... I mean, story-wise, it's still quite weak. Collectathon-wise, it's still quite weak, but it's... like, performance-wise, it is rotten. I think what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to maybe stop, because when you hold... Yeah, okay. Okay, we'll just keep doing this then. Wait, what is that hit thing? Oh, what the fuck? It has like a... Can you stop targeting the fucking bunny? I was trying to fucking... get the guy. I was like, no, 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 bunny. Are there any secrets? No secrets. Unless, no. fucking instant shooting, bro. Splat. What is this hitbox? That's crazy. Winner! Oh my god, that took so fucking long.
Well done, Private. You're a clever dragon, ain't you? Smart enough to get the gates open and skillful enough to survive the tanks.
Okay, thank you. The mascot. Cub.
Hey, it's Cub.
Would you? Well, that's too bad. But I'll have this tank ready for you when you change your mind.
Wait, is that like another one that I can get? I'll come back here if I'm unable to get all of the dragonflies. Hello, Jinx. How's it going? If I'm missing some if I have to do that again, but they make the number bigger. Oh my god, I might fucking lose it. I hope you slept well. Why would a dragon need a tank? Why would a crow need a tank? Alright, I know I said I wasn't going to open the atlas anymore, but we have to open the atlas. Oh. Lonely Island. Okay, tank minigame is at the bottom, so okay, we're not missing. Cloud 9. What? Oh, wait. Actually, I remember Cloud 9. I think that's like... I think it's an actual nice level in this game. If I remember correctly. I think when I played this originally, I enjoyed that level. Cloudy. Speaking of clouds, I guess. Also, I almost missed these. Holy shit. Yoink. Why was there... I thought there was 3 there, but there was like 1 that was kind of embedded in one of them. Yikers. I think the reason this is so long, isn't there a thief I have to chase? There's a thief I'm pretty sure I have to chase around this. You know, I've never seen Cloudy with a chance of meatball. Oh, meatballs would be so good right now. They were like my favorite starter at Tony's. I would like a Tony's, that would be so good. It's a good movie. I mean, we could do a movie night. People are up for it. Hell yeah? Sure, we'll see then. If there's tomorrow I have some things I need to do. I wasn't sure if I would be able to stream, so even because I was feeling pretty shitty today, I was like, I at least want to get a stream just in case. Your name is Chow.
I think this baby dragonfly.
Maybe we can do a watch along tomorrow or something. Ghost, what are you doing? If you're gonna lay there, can you lay properly?
Remember, Spyro, find and return the remaining baby dragonflies.
Or I could just do it at the
fortune
weekend.
of the dragon realms.
Oh dear. Kidnap me. I think this is one kite I can get. How do you get it? Okay, well, no, you don't get your kite, I guess. Or you do? What? Okay. Well... Alright then. Okay. Interesting. That just happened. The world works in mysterious ways. Oh, we're back at the beginning. It does have the... the back at the beginning. That's what that door was. Okay, I'm missing gems. That's not a good thing. How many gems am I missing? I am missing a red gem somewhere. Bollocks. Where am I missing a red? It could be fucking anywhere. It could literally be anywhere. Oh. Well, thank you. That was very convenient, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. That was really convenient. I was like, am I gonna have to go back through the whole fucking game? You know what? I'll take it. Thank you for the W. I think I deserve at least one. Thank God for that. What are you doing? Hello, Daniel. How's it going? Okay, dream. Alright, let's go to the statue and drop off our electricity stone.
The magic of this sacred rune will grant you the power of electric breath.
What? The electric rune gives us the electric breath? Okay. Oh, that was a bug. I don't know why I was doing that. Shocking. That's what Jace says. Well, you can get there. I'm just silly. Can you take me to Cloud 9, please?
Spyro, I was dreaming of a genie that turned into a nightmare when these horrible Riptocs kicked me
I wonder
out of bed
if
and threw me
Tom
down the
Kenny
slime
voiced
drain.
Pudgy.
Maybe the magic of dragonflies will help activate it.
25? How many do I have? 12. I don't have 25. Bollocks. Okay, where was the electricity one? Was it over here, or was that the snow one? I think the electricity one was over here, where like the farm is and whatnot. Where is it the one with the tiki guys? No, here it is. Oops. Alright. Hoorah! What's that from? Call of Duty? What Dempsey does? He goes, hoorah! Won't be a Spyro game without the fucking UFOs abducting the cows. I think this is where the tiki place is. I'm gonna collect all of the gems first, though. This is where I first came across the swim in air glitch. So like when you headbutt in a weird way in the water, you can like glitch it so you're swimming in the air. And I did it accidentally. This might be the most obnoxious water noise I think I've ever had to listen to in my life. It's so loud. Why is it so loud? What? It's the professor! And he's be like, aha! Hello, Igor. How's it going? You know what's funny? When I was younger and I played the Spyro games, I didn't know that if you pressed X, you would just swim normally. I thought the only way you could swim was by pressing square to do the charge swim. I'm okay. Sorry to hear you have a headache. Hopefully it goes away soon. Oh, hello. I think it's in the Tiki level, there's the one with the wrong name.
Hey, it's Amy.
The t-shirt is looking at me like a green goblin mask. What do you mean? You leave Lee Yifu alone. What's everyone got against Lee Yifu? Wait, it's not the professor? He just made the same noise as the professor? That's the professor's noise! Oh my god, please.
Boy, am I glad to see you.
Borkins.
You might be able to get this boat to work if you had enough dragonflies. But there's savages on that island. Savages, I tell you.
15. The 3D text is literally in their world. No, I just think it's, I mean, I know what you mean, but I think it's just when they catch them and he's like, oh, it's this person. Like, he does recognize them. You just have to catch them first, you know, and then be like, oh, it's you. Because could you imagine if you walk near the dragonfly, you just have Spyro going, oh, it's, oh, it's, oh, it's, constantly, you know? Kenichi.
It's Kenichi.
You can see the seam. But you can't see it over here. Crazy. Great, thanks, Sparks. I lost like fucking 20% of my time already. Fucking rando red gem, dude. Four. Oh, there's one up there. 3. So that would be looking for 2 over here. There's one there. And there's one there. Okay, so this is where they all are. Right. Konnichiwa. Oh my god. They paid for that, and they paid for that, and by George they're gonna use that, Literally, you're not wrong. Where do these fucking gems keep coming from? I don't like the B level that they had. Boom. There we go. That was a close one. Okay, who is it? Alex.
Hey, it's Alex.
His voice was really quiet there. Hey look, I have 15 fucking dragonflies. Give me it's time to go to the beach. Nicki Minaj.
Yeah.
Yay! Oh, I can just go on the boat. I missed. I missed again. There we go. Oh! Lovely. They always have to have someone fucking shouting in the background of the music. What's that about? Igor, thank you for the 20 stream streak. When we drink tea, she pops one of her frequent crackers and makes us choke on the tea. What? Ooh, we vandalized that. Thank you for the sweet words though, Igor. I appreciate it. That's also a reused noise from something. I'm pretty sure it's from Spyro 3 in the seashell shore level. Means your jokes make it dangerous to drink tea. Oh, I see. At least someone laughs at my jokes. You know what? They should put me on Team Spyro just for playing this game again, I think. I saw some people, some other like streamers and stuff putting themselves out there to hopefully kind of get some sort of... to join something like that. I thought about doing the same, but I don't think I really bring anything to the table, so... I just really like Spyro. How is a Spyro Ambassador? Well, not a Z Spyro Ambassador, it's like a Spyro Ambassador. I wonder if there's a portal behind this rock somewhere. Gary.
Hey, it's Gary.
Fun fact, guys, in high school, I used to have a crush on someone. What is this? I used to have a crush on someone in high school that worked in our prep room, in our science prep room. And we didn't know his name, but we called him Gary. Gary from the prep room. Let's just have a check out.
Boy, am I glad to see you.
Why do you sound like Timon now?
What's going on around here?
Those Riptocs have decided to have a luau feast, and I just found out that we're the main
Does he sound like
course.
Timon to you? Mordecai's at work to the prep room. You don't ask, you don't get. I know, but I don't like putting myself out there like that. It's a lot of effort, and okay, let's say this before I have to do the positive affirmation. I don't think people look at me and see potential. I genuinely don't really bring much to the table as a content creator. Alright. Positive affirmation. I am a pretty resilient person.
Please save us, Spyro. The Riptocs have locked us all
As
up
proven by me playing this game for longer than an hour.
I heard them whispering something about hot and spicy sauce.
I'm gonna get you out of there. Yeah, okay, right. I can't talk too much on the matter because I gotta be positive for like another minute and 30 seconds and not say anything negative about myself, but like, as much as I value everyone's belief in me, I gotta look at it from a responsible, objective point of view. Why would they want to look at, like, this is generalized for pretty much everything. Why would they want to, you know, work with me when there are probably tons and tons of also equally, you know, eligible fans that are a lot more popular and out there and vocal and, you know, that sort of stuff, a lot more marketable and whatnot. That's just the very objective way I look at it. I'd love if the world was a little bit less about that sort of thing. But that's just how business works, you know? If they have money to spend on marketing their game, they're going to want to market the bigwigs that are gonna... You're gonna see the more kind of profitable return on that. Rather than... You know, obviously a fan, but... It's nice to be ambitious, but I think if someone like me is too... fucking hell, the frame rate. Too ambitious, it's just... I'm gonna end up quite, what's the term? Not necessarily upset, but like... I don't know. Dejected. Jesus wept. I can't even use the bubble breath underwater. Usually in the previous Spyro games, when you breathe underwater, it automatically breathes bubbles, but doesn't even do that in the game, but there is a bubble breath. What the heck? So with the try my opinion, you did some stuff that put you a bit out there with the events. They might take something like that into consideration. Maybe. I suppose. I do like to joke about, you know, it has been surprising to me the amount of times I've played a game on stream and then, you know, you guys are talking about the fact that you are also now playing those games. That's pretty cool to, you know, but I don't see it as a big influencer type thing. It's more just like, you know, something else. I don't know. People will probably listen to this and kind of roll their eyes and be like, okay, I'll grow up, but... Being very... Not necessarily realistic, but having this low kind of opinion or self-esteem or whatever you want to call it, expectation, helps it make it so I'm not disappointed. It's a very easy... Oh, fuck. It's a very easy cop-out for me.
Get me out of here. Please get me out of here. I heard a rip. Sure.
Oh, sausages sound good. Okay, yeah, I know I need to do the button. We already discussed that at the start. Burnt out, not necessarily burned out, but it's kind of like that as well. There are a lot of things I look at and I'm like, wow, I would like to apply for that, but I just... I don't know. Especially when, I guess when you have like a manager, or if you had like a manager or someone to help you with that sort of stuff, it's a lot easier too. When it's just yourself, eventually it becomes quite overbearing, very easily. And these probably sound like just excuses to a lot of people, but it's what keeps me comfortable at the moment, you know? Fill one of your ears with pistachios, don't do that. I had an ear infection once, and that was quite possibly up there with one of the worst moments of my life. I don't think I'd ever been in so much pain, and how uncomfortable it was to have an ear just completely fucking rendered useless. It was so crazy how uncomfortable it was. Sometimes they're not looking for the highest view count or whatever, but someone who fits their audience or what they want to portray. I suppose that can be the case too. But, like, you have to admit, for a lot of places, especially if they don't necessarily have the money to burn on just passion, it's not the case.
Spyro, I heard you on the island, but I didn't believe it. You gotta help me. One of the riptops.
It's not even the manager's doing for you, it's someone that else that has nothing to lose. They sell you more fairly than you sell yourself, I suppose. Yeah. And it's also a lot easier if there's, you know, like applications and stuff with stuff like this, rather than just reaching out. But that's a very true saying. You don't ask, you don't get. That's how a lot of the world works, really. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad that people are able to see it my way. I appreciate you guys. You know, you guys are pretty much the correct amount for me of kind of when it comes to, you know, kind of nudging but not pushing. Why I just fell through the for fuck's sake. Because as much as I appreciate positivity and affirmation, sometimes, you know, there's a time and a place for it. If people have made their kind of little boundaries in the way they think clear, it's best not to push too much. So I appreciate that you guys are not doing that. It's always really nice when you see, you know, the empathy some people have. Hello, Nether Dawn. How you doing? Alright, please don't do that again. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Did I just get fucking Zawurdoed? Like, what was that? Anyway, that being said, I do get a lot of recommendations for certain things from both viewers and fellow content creators, which is pretty nice. The people will see something and be like, oh, this is up Hell's Alley, you know? That's pretty cool. You guys are very sweet. I'm pretty sure it's that dragonfly up there that is like the wrong named one. It's one of them in this level is like the name is wrong. I often feel like I shouldn't take up space. That is so true. That's exactly how I feel, Jerby. Sorry, it's not... Sorry, wait, no, that came out wrong. It's not true. You don't take up space, but the feeling is very valid. I completely understand it. What is this hitbox, bro? Come on. Also, these controls are inverted. Is that it? Is that all of them? There more? Which where? Oh. Wait, no, that was it. That's not what I wanted to do. God fucking damn it. But yeah, you're very right, Jibber. You put it into some very good words there. Sorry, I was trying to focus on this fuck-ass game. The reason it takes so long is because you're struggling, you're fighting the game itself, not because the game is hard. Can nudge others because I think they could do more. I believe in them, but for myself, nah, yeah. Sometimes, as I said, it's about that empathy. You gotta picture yourself in the position of other people. Like, it's a nice thing when you want to affirm someone or encourage and motivate. But you also need to think, okay, like, how would I feel in this situation if I was constantly being pushed, but I was feeling, you know... I have to wait for this to be done. This was not good level design. Who knows? If I see anything pop up that is applicable to, maybe I'll give it a shot. But as for just reaching out, the steam is not there, you know. Hello? Hello? Or was this the problem with this one? What? Fucking kidding me! This stupid fucking game, bro! I'm going to become the fucking Joker. I thought hell's tired, but I'm it's the game. It's the game, Igor. I am all for shitting on my ability to fuck up even the easiest of things in games. This game is not even held together. It's not. I can't even say it's held together by fucking PVA glue. It's not. It's just... it's crumbling. I promise you, I'll be the first to call out when I'm having a bad game and whatnot, but this is just... I have to climb all the way back up here every time. Please! Guys, I genuinely, I might start crying. If I do, I'll probably delete the VOD and you guys don't ever talk about this again. So yeah, this is my first attempt. Ghost would never bite me. Okay, and now I have to, unless I do that, boom. Okay. I noticed when I jump on this, the other one moves too, by the way. Or maybe not this time. There we go. I got it.
Hey, it's Homer.
Oh, it's Homer. Well, you know, it's crazy. I have to go back up there because there was something I missed. You know what? Maybe I should just do the swim in air glitch. Maybe that would make everything easier. Still on first try. No, I got the dragon fly out first. I'll accept this much. This is why how long to beat says 10 hours, by the way. It's because of shit like this. I know you're down there, you little shit. So there's gems here. I still can't believe they just... After all of the references and stuff they make, why are we fucking up on giving them the professor's iconic fucking aha? Oh! Yeah. Sorry. Alright. Socrates? What a name for a fucking... What the fuck? What a name for a dragonfly, bro. Alright. Fucking Socrates. Don't talk to me. Don't piss me off. Oh. Wrong fucking breath. When I got that one face in the middle, it didn't make a noise when it smashed. That's crazy. You know what's crazy? I know exactly what monster that these came from. Let me see if I can find it. It's in Spyro 3. It's in Seashell Shore. It's when you do the tunnel. Let me see if I can find a playthrough. Hello, Dove. How's it going? Specifically the PlayStation 1 sound, of course. Oh wait, no, it's not that. This is the octopus noise? It was... Or was it the Dino Mines one? I want to play the original ones. Oh no, whoever's playing this isn't hitting them. No, I can't hear them because you're not hitting them. I don't think I can show you guys. Okay, I guess I can't show you because the playthrough on it doesn't show. I thought I was gonna be able to show you guys. I am sorry. Inside the wardrobe, Ghost really likes usually, what the fuck? Usually I have like a cardboard box and I put all of my cardboard recycling in a cardboard box, and then eventually when that box fills up I'll go take it all out and then rinse and repeat the next time I get like a cardboard box. At the moment, Ghost likes sitting on top of the cardboard recycling in that cardboard box. Looks like the most uncomfortable shit ever. But he is actively just fucking sitting in there all the time. Pelican. Oh. Can I recreate that? No? No, that just... okay, that was interesting. Alright then, okay. Yeah, you know, whatever. Yes. Yes, Art has a little black cat that he rescued and named Little Hell, although she's Little Big Hell because she's a little podgy at the moment, but that's okay, we don't judge. Thank you for the 3 stream streak, Dove. It's quite possibly one of the greatest honors of my entire life. Why are the gems in slow-mo?
Hey, it's Daisy.
What's this? I don't remember this. She's less chunky because the post-moving stress. She's slowly working towards Little Big Hell again. Bless her. To be fair, that tends to be why that even, you know, even if cats are a little bit bigger, the vets prefer it in case they get sick. It gives them a little bit of leeway. What kind of coffee you got?
Before time runs out.
I'm not even reading how to capture them. Oh. Oh, it's a game. Oh. Feel free to help out, cheater. Cheater? What am I saying? Hunter. Oh my god, and then I fumble. Okay. Please. There's so many. What? Just a black coffee? That's fair. A lot of people I know like their coffee black. How many are there? Bro Chacho. Oh, did I win? Hello Joshua, how's it going?
Cowabunga, dude.
Good night Hannah, sleep well, thank you for stopping by.
Safe and sound.
Did they draw collisions with their feet? Probably.
Hey, it's Krishnamurti.
Sorry, Krishnamurti?
Want to try capturing them again?
No.
Oh.
Wow. You want to tone up? That's fair enough. Oh, that was not nice. Okay. Hey, there was a gem there? Oh my god, how many gems have I just fucking missed? Because maybe I do need to put this on 16:9 resolution. Yeah, sweeteners are usually good, right? Oh, this... I don't know if I can get used to this. Oh, this looks a little... This is kind of making me a bit sick. Why is this making me so sick? Okay, no, I have to turn it back. For some reason, that's making me sick. So weird. Hello, Boyka. How's it going? Why does she makes you sick? No, usually the FOV... Well, it depends. If I'm used to playing a certain way and then I change the FOV to make it different, it makes me feel a bit nauseous. But if I play on a higher FOV from the start, that's not bad at all. So... Okay, I don't know how you died, but I'm not complaining. How's it going, Boyka? That fucking noise of being underwater grates me. Nice! I hope you had a lovely time. Wait, is it me or does that rock looks like that rock looks like it has a face? Looks like it's sad. $35 grams of sugar. Jesus, what? That is a sweet coffee. I mean, I'm not judging. You take your coffee however you want. It's going in your body, not mine. There we go. I like how the music just cuts. It's just so quiet for like fucking 5 minutes. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, whatever. What a very conveniently placed cannon. I hope it's loaded. I'm surprised they don't make you load it. That's usually a very big thing with Spy. You gotta headbutt it in, you know? What the fuck? Alright, collision is a bit choppy, but you know. Alright, now I know that that was not there originally. Plato.
Hey, it's Plato.
Plato. Plato is Spanish for plate. I did not. That reminds me of the Wizards of Waverly Place episode where they're trying to teach Alex some Spanish. And she's like, lamp. And I think she said lampito. Or something. What the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Why am I falling? Right, okay, fantastic. That's amazing. Right, I should just fucking... You know what? Honestly, that's on me. Spyro, why are we not able to fly with our wings? Just free will and all that? Don't fall. The problem isn't the falling, it's the fucking... Why is the dragonfly in Bufu fucking Egypt? It's gonna fly. It's gonna fly back and I'm gonna have to go all the way around again. Okay, I got it. Scuttlebutt.
Hey, it's Scuttlebutt.
Yeah, fuck you, Scuttlebutt. Oh. It's like no one playtested this game. No one played this and was like, Yeah, this is fun and absolutely not wasting time at all. Aha!
Get me out of here!
You're out.
Hello, the gate's open.
Huh? It is? Oh, well, what do you know? Look at that. Silly me. Thanks for saving me.
Dill.
Hey, it's Dill.
And we're back at the beginning. Which is very convenient because there's a bunch of gems here. Oh, this is the top part. Right, okay. Okay. Please tell me these are the coins I need. Gems. They're not. Fuck, what am I missing? Oh, I'm missing a few gems actually. And I'm missing 2. Okay. I'm missing 16 gems. Guess I better play through the lobby game. Oh my god. Speaking is difficult. It's literally my only job here, but it's difficult. Oh, it's the Simon Says thing, right? Great, my memory is like one of the only things worse than my speaking.
Hello, Spyro. Unga! We Tiki getting ready for big Tiki tourist luau. Unga! We teach tourists how to play drums, Tiki-Tiki style. Tiki-Tiki unga boom! Tiki-Tiki lolo.
This is,
Come now, me Tiki see Spyro has want to play drums before tourists get here. Unga, go play. Unga, good, have fun.
You're not allowed to speak anymore. You're gonna get me cancelled. Cause what the fuck was that?
Ready?
Please, no more. How long does this go on for? Okay. I win. Do I have to do it again?
Spyro,
Hey, it's Terrell.
Okay, I think I have to get another one here. I'm not gonna remember it, bro. I think it's high-key kind of questionable. Please, no more. Fuck, there's more! Did I win? Okay, great. I won. I don't have to do this again.
Hey, it's Maverick.
Alright. No. Let me out. I need to find these fucking gems. 10 out of 10? Wait, was it supposed to list the numbers of how many times I had to do it? But it just didn't? What? Oh. Okay, I guess. Well. Alright, nice. We're on our second level, by the way. This is still the second level. We did the... We've done one level. It's our second level. And also, I'm not finished here because for some fuck-ass reason, I'm missing 16 gems from somewhere. So I'm gonna have to, like... double check everything. Look, there's... That was not there before! That was not there before! Where did that red gem come from? Okay, I guess even though I killed these, the gems didn't spawn fast enough. So let me go around killing everything again. The real gem was the friends we made along the way. It's probably all the underwater ones. All the underwater enemies. I'm gonna assume. Trouble with the trolley, eh? I'd rather do that like fucking 6 million times than play this again. It already doesn't help because I do not like any form of water level at all. They really piss me off. Oh, okay. There's probably 5 centimeters between me and that ladder, but because we view it from... What the fuck was that? What? this level, bro. I won't be here anymore. Things are just stretching. Oh, the fucking gems bounce. What is this? Oh, that's kind of diabolical. Well, maybe I was missing like a gold gem somewhere, but... How am I missing so many gems? Jesus. Well... Probably forgot to spawn in. So true. Okay, so... How many am I still missing? I'm still missing 13 gems. Bitch, where? What the fuck? You cannot make this shit up. I watched that gem spawn in front of me. What? What the fuck is this? Am I playing crowd control still? What's going on? Where the fuck did that come from? Polly, get the I'm gonna fucking... What is going... What the fuck is going on? Nothing even happened. I don't know why you guys are all so worked up. I'm away to have a coronary, I think. I'm going back the way I came. It's a self-care check, alright. Yeah, you guys need to calm down. It's not even that deep. Oh no, I wasn't going the wrong way. I was going the right way. That loop is on that is so small and it's not seamless. Okay, I'm missing 2 gems. 2 red gems or a green gem. I'm missing a red gem. And it's horrible that I'm missing a red gem because it could literally be anywhere. For all I know, it could have fallen through the fucking through the world, through the map. Bollocks. I have nothing to say. I don't know how to... The dead air needs to be dead air because I am speechless. At least, like, the floor isn't just fucking... Okay, right. Where the fuck did you come from? Get me out of this level. Like, now, please. Level complete. Bada bing, bada boom. Crowd control would be so funny. I would not be aiming to complete the game. I would be aiming to just finish the fucking level. But, you know, people paid a lot of money for this. I gotta make sure it's worth their while. I might need to go pee break after this. I might need to go stretch my legs and have a walk around my fucking flat. I don't think that portal is right. This game is so lazy. It's so fucking bad, bro. Oh. What the fuck? Alright, yeah, I am probably gonna take a little BRB if that's okay, though I do need to pee. And maybe rethink my life. And, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna move to the BRB screen. The, clip player, I think it worked last stream, so hopefully it is working now. If not, I'll just put some music on for you. Maybe take this time to get up, stretch your own legs. Maybe top up on your fucking crowd control coins, I guess, since that's what's happening right now, and I refuse to believe otherwise. Some existential being is fucking with me in this game. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Take care. I've unironically played the Burnout. That was funny. Oh shit, I have to turn here. There are in fact corners in this racetrack. Didn't pay the Dong Man first. We're not calling him Dong Man! We are stopping this right now. We are not referring to Dionysus as Dong Man. No, it did not catch on. We are not referring to him as Dong Man. No! No, not Dong Man. I'm not calling him Dong Man. Yeah, he thinks you're Zag and he's like, wow, I like it. We love an ally.
It's so
I
much.
got all new things for the first time in about 7,000 years, so...
Yes, because it's an event box. Because you can only get the event stuff from that chest, in that chest, and not from the normal ones. I would be shocked if you got dupes from fucking chests you never opened.
Oh, I was just gonna...
Yeah, I usually just sell the bloodstones.
I made art.
Did you?
Yeah.
Sorry, I think I have something in my eye. It's... it's just so beautiful.
Night trash can, sleep well. Thank you for stopping by.
It took more than one hit for yours to.
Oh, now it definitely is, I think.
Oh, there we go.
Sadly.
Everyone sounds like a fucking minion. Let's go. It's so bad. Okay, now you're hitting chipmunk levels. I need you to sing Funky Town for me, please.
I don't know the.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Nya! Happy birthday. Ah!
Oh, okay. Yeah. I hear a radio, yeah. Okay. Alright. That's fine, yeah. That's fine, yeah.
Someone do this anymore. So, my opinions of the Pirates movies is kind of the first 3 movies are amazing cinematic masterpieces. As I said, I meant to say I still think, and I just said I stink, and now that's gonna be weaponized against me. I showered today. I fucking showered today. I showered. What? Damn. Oh, now I get a weapon? Do I get to turn into an Uma? Let's hear your best horse impression, Dante.
What's that?
Eat it.
Raw meat. I'm not eating raw meat.
I died.
I
instantly died.
Truly, I don't know what you expected.
Well, I didn't think I was gonna die instantly. Maybe a little like a little sicky, you know, like a vommy.
Oh. You have to full send it down here, by the way.
Sure.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
What just happened?
You're not gonna believe this. I didn't take any damage. However, I'm still rolling, and I'm glitching through the ground an incredible amount.
That's
holy fuck. Alright,
I did not know you were there, sorry.
fucking make my way back up, I guess.
Go, can you unwinch me, please?
Backwards. Forward and left. Okay, ooh, shit. Just go forward. Forward is fine. My favorite part is telling you to just go forward and then seeing the alignment of the wheels go from left to right to left. That's my favorite part. I like that. I like when you do that.
Trying to fix
Oh,
it.
engage boost, engage boost, engage boost.
Oh.
And I feel like the remasters have been so well received as well.
Yeah, for the most part.
Ow. Oh.
I couldn't. I jumped down. I couldn't get out. I could not. It would not let me get out. Okay.
Hey, Rocket. How you doing?
All right, you fucking just get out of my fucking way. Move, move, move. Oh my. AI heard me talking shit. Oh, you can make that. Whoa. Whoa.
Bro, you're levitating again. Right.
Wait, that was so cool. What the fuck? What? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I'm using a PlayStation 2. You know, I'm using a PlayStation 2. Anyway, we're not doing that.
That I don't know.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure it's there's no way that Hun managed to get a permanent no, it's limited time only emote. Beaker, fuck off! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. What the fuck? Holy shit, thank you. It's very sweet. You did not have to do that, but thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. This item is a... That's not a game. Hypnospace Outlaw? What is... Who is this man? One second, there's some steam in here somewhere.
Can't see a goddamn thing.
What is that?
What is this thing? The fuck is it?
No! No! No!
Hello?
Steam! There's an industrial... Run! Run! I have to be friendly. What did you fall over? What the fuck did you fall over? What did you trip over? Honestly, being deaf is kind of, honest.
What do you mean you're deaf?
Oh, I'm deaf. That's why I have music playing, because I don't care about hearing stuff because I'm deaf.
Because you're deaf, you picked the deaf trait willingly.
Yes.
Are you okay?
No, I'm deaf.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Look, at the end of the day, if a zombie's gonna be there, it's gonna be there, okay? Doesn't matter if I hear it or not. This isn't on Showdown.
It's not entirely
true. Oh my
true.
fuck. You only have M&Ms, and they are called... Sorry, what? What? Thanks. I beg your biggest pardon? Now, usually when something like this happens, we do the punishment wheel and we get the mute, and it gets really annoying because then I don't get to be so thankful and grateful. But surely this time we don't get a... It knows! It fucking knows! What do you mean? Every single time! What? No shit, this happened like some sort of savory sandwich type thing. Who would bring like crisps or chocolate, etc, etc. So you would all do that, and then you would come, bring it all, and then you'd have it like at the table, and that's what we would do.
That's so polite. Oh no, Vilegrass is burning.
Open these nuts! Sorry. I'm pretty sure, you know what's funny? I think I have a swallow in my PC. I think I... How far is this fucking freak gonna fall? Okay, there we go. Oh no, fuck. Why? Where is it? Oh, it's...
I don't even see it, dude.
It's coming.
It's
coming.
You got
Oh my.
It's poorly designed, it's too much luck-based, whoever's ahead at the start will win the game 9 out of 10 times. Here's a helpful trick. Threaten with physical violence. Yes. Oh, it so is. All planned. All planned. All fucking planned. Oh, fuck yourself! Alright, stinkers. I am back. I have decompressed. I brought myself a nice cold iron brew, and I am ready for some more CBT. Are you kidding me? Wait. What? I'm not even trying. I'm just... What the fuck was that? Anyway, we have 25 dragonflies, so I want to go do Cloud 9 because Cloud 9, I'm pretty sure if it's the level I'm thinking of, I actually really like this level. Very cute level. Hey, Ghost. Have you come to give me some emotional support? Can I have a kiss? Thank you, honey. Oh wait, yeah, we got something. Well, we got a wing thing.
Pyro, the magic of this sacred rune will grant you the power of Wing Shield.
Wing shield. What? And pray tell, how do you... How the fuck do you wing shield? What? Oh. Dude. Does it mean our Spyro's head like the same size as his fucking body? Damn. Big head. Alright, cool. So we got literal fucking whatever that is. I'm so happy for us. That's revolutionary. This looks like it's just ripped straight out of Autumn Plains. This little pedestal thing here.
Hooray! You did it! The swirly thingy is working. Step right in, and it will take you up to the cloud.
Okay, thank you, bud. I've decided against the curry Monday. I got these little like mini servings of pies. Finally, they usually do the steak like ones, and usually they do chicken and mushroom, but I finally found chicken and gravy ones, so I'm gonna have that with some broccoli and some potatoes. It's gonna be great. I mean, I could technically try making pies myself, but it's a lot of work. I've been looking for more things that I can either just prep before and eat, or have, yeah, this reminds me of Cloud Spires. Little stars. And, what was I saying? I don't like bacon. Dude, anything I can put in the air fryer is a big win, and you can put these pies in the air fryer, so, you know. Great, I missed my thing. Oh, is this not something I can get on? Oh, it's not. What the fuck? Does this just... I hear... Whatever. Outside of Charmed Ridge, Cloud Spires is one of my... another level that I really like. So this reminds me of Cloud Spires. And this music is very Spyro 2. But yeah, one portion. Well, I think the pie is technically 2 servings. But I haven't really eaten anything else today, so I think it should be fine. My biggest issue is like, oh well, you could just buy like a full pie. Like, you know, the Puka pies are so good, the Puka branded ones. But it feels wrong to like cut into them and then cook it, you know what I mean? And then cooking it and then, like, I don't know, you know, the longevity of a pie. Is leftover pie good once you've cooked it and you can, like, reheat it? I feel like the pastry would take a real battering, you know? It'd either become really soggy or it would burn. Oh yeah, this is water. You ate leftover pie, it's alright. Yeah, well, here's the thing, Snowy. You eat from the trash, so I can't really trust what you're saying. We have more refined tastes. AKA... people get told off for feeding foxes. People do not get told off for feeding crows. In fact, people get encouraged to feed crows so they can start personal armies. So, you know, we get lots of good food. Compared to what your diet consists of. 2 days out of a bigger one. It's not 2 days actually isn't so bad, because that would be like, what, you're eating a third of a pie? That might still be too much. The puka pies are really big. Yeah, I have to be more careful after this. The fucking don't. I can still... Oh. That's devastated me, that. It'll take me... You see that? What is going on there? Looks like some collision shit is going wrong with that water. Quarters if you have them for lunch. Wait, you're so right, actually. I have tons of fucking frozen veg that I stocked up on. Fresh is better. Listen, there's literally no difference, okay? Doesn't matter when it comes to veg. Frozen is just convenient and it lasts longer. I mean, you could buy some fresh veg and then freeze it, but why bother? At least when you buy bags of frozen veg, it's already cut up and prepared for you, you know? For me, it's finding that balance between... you know, sustainable and conveniency. These gems are literally fucking clipped in the ground. Oh. Frozen was actually more nutritious. It might be. But there is a lot of prejudice, I think, when it comes to the judgment of people for buying frozen and tinned food over fresh. Yes, in an ideal world, we'd all get to eat the freshest of the fresh foods available to us, okay? But this is not an ideal world. People, you know, don't necessarily have the funds to buy frozen stuff, because I'm not gonna lie to you, the fresh stuff, because I'm not gonna lie to you, I think it's personally cheaper for me to buy the frozen broccoli, because if I buy... Because of just of how much longer it's gonna last. If I buy fresh stuff, I'm usually gonna have to eat it within the 1 or 2 days, depending on what the stock has been like, you know what I mean? And then at that point, you're also incorporating the cost of what it... and it's not necessarily monetary cost, it's time cost as well. The cost of how much it would be to go out every day to buy the fresh stuff. Some people just don't have that fucking time. Freezing bread? Yeah, my parents used to do that. I will not be touching bread for a hot minute, but... Freezing bread is always a good one. Bread is one of the worst when it comes to the best before dates. Cheaper to buy and cut your melon. Imagine cutting your own melon. Couldn't be me. Addy, hello! How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Let me send you over the raid video.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Galamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Pego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello, welcome in raiders. Adder, thank you so much for the raid, lovely. I hope you had an enjoyable time with your Pokemon gaming. I haven't touched Pokemon in a bit myself. I should. Feel free to let us know what kind of stuff you got up to in Pokemon. That's of course if you want. If you know you're not feeling it, you just got done streaming, you want to go get some rest and shit, that's completely fine too. No worries, completely understand and very valid. Hello, for anyone that is new here, I'm Hel. I won't yap too much about myself because it's what the raid video is for. But today we are playing some Spyro, Enter the Dragonfly, one of the worst Spyro games to ever exist. It is a buggy mess. So, any frame issues you see, that is inherent in the game. Nothing I can do to fix that. Any other bugs you see is also inherent in the game. It's just, we've had some shit happening. But this was an incentive for me to play it from a event I had a while back, so I'm now finally getting through it, if anyone is wondering why I would subject myself to something like this. I accidentally walked into Whitney at Gym 3 and had the fight of my life trying to win it. Nice! Are you doing anything, like, specific? Are you doing, like, a Nuzlocke or something? We're currently chatting about, food. And, about, like, how fast certain foods spoil and fresh and frozen and stuff like that. But yeah. See, David, that couldn't be me, by the way. I would eat all of the watermelon day one. I fucking love watermelon. Growlithe named after me and I came in clutch? Oh, at least you didn't kill your Growlithe, eh? At least there was no Gengars with water pulse, eh? Skyraiders Academy? Wait, Skyraiders, what is that? Is that like a Skylanders thing? Just going through Crystal again. Gold was my first Pokemon game. Oh, I see. So it's very nostalgic for you. That's very fair enough. It sounds like a nice time when you're not having to stress about Nuzlocke shenanigans, eh? I still have to finish my Nuzlocke randomizer for a Soul Silver. Like I said, someone, yeah, imagine not realizing that the Gengar knew Water Pulse and throwing out a Growlithe. That's crazy. She doesn't eat it like crazy. It must have been a big watermelon, honestly. Well, to be fair, watermelons in general do get quite big. But again, frozen fruit for me is just... You make smoothies out of it. You can make some really good shit with frozen fruit. Am I going the right way? Maybe it's called, yeah, Skylanders, I think is the game you're referencing. The personal ones are probably the size of your head. Oh, they do like personal ones? It's not bad then. I've really been enjoying Honeydew and Cantaloupe lately. I fucking love... I think melon in general is just so good. Ooh. Ooh. How do I get up here again? Do I need to talk to you? What are you saying, bro? Oh. Oh, that was your wand. The thief took your wand.
Thanks, Spyro. Now I can power up the swirly.
I wonder if Thimble is also voiced by, Tom Kenny. Hello, Hummin. Welcome in. Put it on my play instead, I'll fucking happily accept it. I love melon. I like melon a lot. Generally, I like most fruits a lot. Tried kiwi once. Didn't really value kiwi that much, but I might have just had bad kiwi. I'm willing to give it another go. No worries, Adder. Thank you again so much for the raid. I do appreciate you trusting your community with me. It means... You fucking bastard. It means a lot to me. You go enjoy your tater tots. Potato smileys and... Oh my god, in my high school, they used to do these, like, potato balls. Bro, I don't know what fucking crack cocaine they put in them, but I was addicted. I loved them. Anyone else in... What? Is it you? What the fuck? Anyone else in high school used to have those fingerprint machines for your dinners? You had to put your money on. And if you cut your finger while it was over, I guess you didn't get to eat. Kiwi is so good. I know there's people that saying they were saying that eating kiwi with the skin on is apparently really good for you. Pear is good, but I swear I haven't had a decent pear in such a long time. Whenever I've had pear, it's always like fucking been like eating a rock. We had a swipe card? No, we had our fingerprints. I think our high school transitioned from cards to fingerprints when I joined in year 7. Psycho behavior? Really? When I joined high school, everyone thought it's like the hot shit, being able to use your fingerprint to buy food. What? That's crazy. Almost fumbled that. Almost being the key word. I would never. Where are you going? Bro, I fucking... Losing my mind, bro. What? Okay, whatever. Whatever, Trevor. This might be a skill issue and not a game issue, by the way. But like, what? What is this pathing, actually? Got you, little bastard. Savino.
Hey, it's Savino.
Oh, Spyro is moonwalking. Okay. Let's see. There's a lot going on here. Oh. Right. Okay. So I just killed myself. As you do, I guess. My bad. Spyro did have enough. Hello, Steven. How's it going? And hello, Eins. How are you doing? Oh, some of these textures on the clouds do not look very good. Yeah, I'm okay, thank you for asking. Oh, that was a little laggy. Holy crap. Okay. What is the point in this platform? That's crazy. But I suppose it is to get back, but it just feels very pointless, you know? Look at how fast it's going. It's just boop boop boop. You should why have it moving at all, you know? Why not just put it closer and have it? I don't know. I'm not a game maker. Hello Mina, welcome in. How's it going? I appreciate the compliments, thank you very much. I already see another dragonfly, and I know it's just gonna be a fucking pain in my ass. Please! There's nothing there! I need like one of the paper bags to breathe into. Does that actually help, actually? Like, I am very unaware if that's just a thing that they do in, you know, cartoons or whatever. Breathe into a paper bag. I feel like that would make me more fucking anxious. I have a feeling I missed some of these. Gotcha. Sylvia.
Hey, it's Sylvia.
Okay. There was one. Is that where I have to go now? I think that's where I have to go. At least there's no very, you know, extended awkward pause in this game. Right, okay. I'm all the way back here. Broski. I'm okay, thank you for asking. Glad you managed to get your stuff sorted. Zoom in. Yeah, it surprised me they were not as lenient with the Zoes in this game. If you don't know, Zoe is the name of the fairy that saves your progress. She does the little zappy zap. Is there something down there? No, it's just weird texturing again. Get fuck Ice Boy.
Hey, it's Ice Boy.
What are these names? They get quite eccentric a lot earlier than I thought. You'd have figured they'd have gone through like a list of like actual names. But no, we have Ice Boy. And these gems are just scattered everywhere. Like, there's no real reason to have like fucking 100 gems in this one staircase. Oh, do I have to just do this? Did I win? I don't know if I won. Did we win? Positive affirmation. I am a very patient person. Well, some chicken breast to use as soup. Let's save the broth and see if it appeals to Hell. Try and get her some water. It's not a bad idea, actually. You know what's even crazier in this game? So, in the original Spyros, if you breathe fire to, like, get rid of a chest or whatever, or something that contains a gem, then the gem would fall on the floor. But if you charged through it, then the gem would automatically kind of be collected. In this game, it doesn't matter. It's gonna fall on the floor in slow motion. It's not even Sparks would collect the gem for you if you charged through it. It would just follow you and you'd get it. You know what I mean? Even if you had no Sparks. What's the difference between a broth and a stock? I genuinely don't know. Honestly, I've never really thought about it. Stock is used as a base for soups, and then there's like broth. What happens once you've made the soup. Stock is pre-soup. I like that. Pre-soup. What is going on with the camera? Can we behave, please? Thank you. Stock is generally heavier? Oh, I see. Oh, I can't go through this door? What the fuck? What? What did I- what? Okay, interesting. Okay. Just empty space for no reason. I'm hearing sounds as if gears are moving, but I'm not seeing the gears move. Goose!
Hey, it's Goose!
Hello, Goose. Make a soup using broth, just be a lighter soup. I'm learning a lot. Yeah, these fucking it sounds like they're moving, but they're not. Ah! Now why would you go and do that? Why would you go and do that, Spyro? Don't piss me off. Why'd I jump so high? Is there like, can I parkour further up? Or what? No? I'm missing one of the generators too. What do I gotta do here? I don't remember. Ow! I just bumped my elbow. Ow. Oh.
The puppy palace is under attack. Please, save us from the battleships.
Pudgy, you have a completely different voice now.
Defend the puppy palace?
Guys, we gotta defend the palace. What am I doing? What? What is going on? Shooting them doesn't do anything. Oh. Oh, right. Can't hear you over the sound of the fucking helicopter. Not a helicopter, it's a plane, but... Am I doing it right? What, your planes don't reverse usually, or...? Guys, I think my tactic is unironically working. When in doubt, brute force, you know? I think you're supposed to kill the smaller planes because the smaller planes are the ones that do damage to you. But for some reason, the bigger planes do not do that. The bigger boats, they don't do damage to you. Okay, I think I win.
Puffy Palace is safe once again. This dragonfly was taking shelter inside the palace. Here, you can have it.
Holy shit.
Hey, it's Tweedle.
If you look
No, thank you. I don't know how many dragonflies are left, actually. I have to do the check. I missed something in the level anyway. Alright, we are missing 100 gems and 5 fucking... I've missed like an entire level somewhere in here. I was close. Almost missed that. Almost biffed it. You know, I was thinking, wow, this level is actually quite a lot shorter than the other ones. Is it over there? Is that? I think that's the one I'm missing, yeah. No, I didn't mean... Fuck. Little water bottle. Ugh, needs like reheating up at some point though. That was just 2 gems like stacked on top of each other. Did you see that? No! Get me down, you bastard! There's a gem! Oh, there's 2 gems actually. Okay. That's the beginning. Okay. It's alive! Oh, not quite. There we go. I think that was our last one. sure what it did, but I think we win. Maybe. I think I have to go through the entire level again now, though. Oh, what the fuck? Where did that come from? I didn't... What? Like... Guess we have the ice breath now? I'm so fucking confused. I'm genuinely so fucking confused. Wait, I got this. Oh, look at that! Dude, it took so long to shoot. What the fuck? Jesus wept. Hello, Joy-Con. How's it going? I don't think there is any learning how to play this one. You just gotta do your best and persevere through it. And hopefully it's not too bugged, you know? Sauna. A lot of Elden Ring enemies have prolonged attack timings. I see, I see. Of course, how could I have not known? Spyro into the Dragonfly is a Souls-like. Am I still missing like a lot of gems? Okay, I'm missing 35 gems. And still missing like a bunch of dragonflies too. Why did I have to like...
These lightning clouds are electric.
Oh, because they were electrifying the pools, right. I fixed that, don't worry, Chief. Oh no! Where are you gonna put me? Okay. It's not too bad. Youch. You can really hear the SpongeBob, eh? Did Tom Kenny voice Spyro in this? Someone's gonna have to confirm that for me. Or is it just a sound alike? Tom Kenny-like. I think Tom Kenny is the person I'm thinking of, right? What should it not be? Ah, it was, okay. I fly from here? How did I get over there in the first place? Like how? What? Is it? Oh my god. Okay, through the clouds. Hello, Drew. How's it going? Yeah, I know Tom Kenny's been confirmed for the voice of Spyro, which is pretty cool. Pretty fucking cool. Alright, what am I missing here? How did I just flawlessly get over there last time? Like that, I guess. Alright,
Thanks for the help, Spyro. Here's a dragonfly for you.
oh, thank you. Rick. This guy is trying to beat my shit up. Holy crap. Alright, so... I'm missing a vital area, I think. Oh, that was interesting. I mean, I've been up there. Oh. Aha! You little shit, what are you doing here? Margaret.
Hey, it's Margaret.
Man's name's not Margaret. That was a really... I don't think I would have gotten that one. Holy crap. Oh, there are gems here. Right, okay. They just didn't render in. There's something over there, too. More gems. I almost biffed that, holy shit. It's not even PlayStation 2 rendering, I think it's just this game rendering. Oh, it's another speedway. Great. Hello, Jet. How you doing? We've been enjoying Enter the Dragonfly as much as someone can enjoy Enter the Dragonfly. Rings, stairs, go-karts, and the Ripdocs for last. Okay. It sure is a video game. I wouldn't call it that. I forgot about the inverted controls. Fucking god, fucking damn it. Ring, star, cart, Ripdoc. I don't even know what I have to do with these. I'm assuming flame them. But they are causing some issues for me. Please don't, like, biff me out the game. We're not doing bad for time. Okay, let's see. I have to lock in for. I hate speedways so much. There we go. Sparks is voiced by some pretty famous VA. Oh, I didn't know that. No, I do not want to try again. I'm a one and done. Bless you, Igor. Thank you. Who is this?
Hey, it's Tashi Station.
Yes. Tashi Station. Right, okay. Had an easier time doing that one than the other week. It's a lot more generous on the time, and the controls are definitely not as janky because of the way I had it set. Excuse me. Kindly fuck off. Should I be going for that? I feel like I shouldn't be going for that. Like, it's better to just... These stars seem way out there. Oh, Andre seems to have done a lot of, like, different things then, eh? You guys know that I voiced Sparks? I actually voiced Sparks. Oh my god. That was some very, interesting way of contorting your body there. Spyro. Adding that to your IMBD page, thank you. Appreciate it. I feel like it's not worth to go all the way over there for that. There's some interesting star placements. Like, why are they so out of the way? Like, it needs to be in here, like on the inside. Not on the outside. Doesn't make sense to put it on the outside. The stars are bait in this one. I wasn't even... Okay, right. I'm so screwed. Where's the first place? Because I'm just I'm lapping people. Where's the... Am I missing some vital... Should I actually be going for these stars? Like... Wait, oh, they make you faster a lot longer than the other stars. Wait, what? Oh, I went too far up there. Wait, they last so much longer. What is this discrepancy? Oh, bollocks. I lost this one. Oh, my bad. I guess you do have to go for those ones. Yeah, I'm aware that usually it's better to go for the speed boost, but the way that these were placed, they looked so out there. By the time the speed boost would be done, you might as well have cut the corner. But there's a discrepancy. The speed boost lasts 10 times longer than the other ones. Like I'm still speeding here when I reach this one and I fucked that one up. Wait, there's a rocket! Was this here before? What? Is it homing? Oh, that made me lag a little bit. Oh, that made me lag a little bit lot. Oh, that was... There's a rocket here too now! And okay, I apparently missed that. Yeah, I think they do use them in this. We just saw there they use them in this game. Oh, there just wasn't a sound effect. I was like, did I get that rocket? There, I did. There just wasn't a sound effect. Excuse me. Thank you. I wonder if they added secret missions to this one. I haven't really been looking for any. Well, no, because if they did, then I wouldn't have gotten all of the dragonflies in the first level, right? Because there was a speedway in the first level, too. Oh, fucking lag almost fucked me over there. Oh, they are not homing. And that wasn't even third place. Second place. Why is this one so much harder than the first one? What the fuck? Give it a self-care check card. I'll do it after the race. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, I'm first. Okay, I just need to not fuck this up. In the other games, the rockets, they home in. Okay, there we go. Well done. Nope. Yeah, they did. I know. That's what I said, no? Okay, who is this? Grayson.
Hey, it's Grace.
Grace. Not Grayson. Grace. It's so quiet when you go through the portal. It's very awkward. Alright, so what the fuck are we missing from this level? Oh wait, we are missing a... Oh no, I know what we're missing, a kite one, that's why. Okay, we're still missing like fucking 15 gems from somewhere. I'm not sure where though. And it will be hard to see where in this level because of the fucking disappearing. Does this level not loop? Can I not go back up that way? The way that I came? No? I guess you just don't get the loop in this level. I guess this is like, fuck you. It's kind of fucked up, honestly. They're just gonna appear, don't say that. Don't say that. You're so right, though. They are probably just gonna fucking appear. I don't get it. Why for some do they have it so it loops and for others it doesn't? There's something somewhere that I'm missing. Do I need to like... Do I need to do all of these again? No. Right. Doesn't make sense for it not to loop, otherwise why would you bother having the pedestal there? I'm not gonna make this, am I? No! Bollocks. I'm back here. Can we... Okay, thank you. Alright, calm down, Spyro. Why? Don't get it. Would they have killed you to put a fucking platform that moves there? Like, why? Why is... Whatever. We'll have another look through the level, I guess. We can go back to the dojo, actually, and get the ice breath. We can get the last fucking dragonfly. That's cool. Miss anything in the water? It's so bright there. There's nothing else I'm missing up to this point. Maybe in here? Then I'll look enough around here. You need to headbutt these? Oh, you do? Crazy. It's also crazy, I kind of need to walk everywhere just in case the gems are not rendering in, you know? Alley-oop. Oops. It's kind of crazy that this game and then Spyro A New Beginning it was made for the same console, eh? Jarring to think. What the fuck was... What is that? You see that up there? What the fuck is that all about? I guess we'll never know. Alright, I don't see anything else on this part, so... I guess something at the end is what we're missing? Maybe a pedestal I didn't look at, or... a corner I need to go around. Was also close. What am I missing? Did I kill you before? I did now. You're stood on the right at the end. That's where I caught one of the... dragonflies. So yeah, I guess it must be like at the end. Oh. My bad. I have to walk all the way over there. I too like hitting myself on invisible barriers, Spyro.
Oi!
Hello, Xander. How's it going? We'll just go straight there this time. okay, thank you for asking. Still don't understand, like, what's the point in the wee pedestal? I don't get it. Oh, hello! Welcome, raiders! Kit, thank you so much for the raid. Hi. Let me, I'll send you over the raid video, okay?
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Calamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Pago illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello! Welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for the raid kit. I really appreciate that. I hope you had a nice time playing Far Cry 6. Far Cry is not a game or game series that I have ever played, I've not really watched anyone play Far Cry now that I think about it. I couldn't tell you what it's about. But that doesn't matter. If you feel like it, you know, feel free to let us know what you got up to and stuff. That's completely fine. If you don't want to, that's also completely fine. I'm aware you just got done streaming. Probably want some rest, some food and stuff. That's all good with me. So don't worry too much about that stuff. But for anyone new here, hello, I'm Hel. I won't yap too much about myself because it's what the raid video is for. But today I am playing the game that is Spyro Into the Dragonfly, and any sort of seasoned Spyro fan will know that this game is quite possibly one of the worst things to ever exist. But there was an incentive I hit. I personally love Spyro. Spyro is literally one of my favorite games ever. And by Spyro, I mean like 2 and 3 in the Legend of Spyro series. But we had a goal to play this, so here I am playing this. The moment I'm stuck on this level, I'm missing some gems, and I'm missing a dragonfly too, so that's really annoying. But it is what it is. You need to know how to do that raid video. It's such a good idea. I edited the video myself. You just put some clips together, some catchy music in the background. Try not to make it too long. Obviously, you know, because thankfully I'm playing like some single play games that I can pause right now. But you know, if you're in a bind where you're playing something you can't exactly pause, then you know you don't want to be away from the screen for too long. Just have fun with it, you know. I have it on a separate OBS scene where it's just the video, and the video will play whenever. Well, it will play after a delay because obviously it has to wait for my stinger. I just have a button on my stream deck for it. It's honestly, it's not too intricate. If you need any help setting it up, feel free to drop me a message, I suppose. Probably best to whisper me on Twitch now that I think about it, because I do have my DMs off on Twitter because of freaks, so. Oh, you finished it? Far Cry is not a game? No, you know what I meant. Star 1 and 2 further will be better? Wait, what do you mean? It'll autoplay? Yeah. There's a delay and then it'll automatically play whenever the scene is on. Because I let it delay so that my stinger plays, because if I had it so it played the minute that the transition happens, you'd miss like the first 2 seconds of it. I also make sure to have it auto mute my microphone as well. So the only audio that is playing is the raid video. I also have the raid video so that it is for you guys only. I don't have it, so I monitor it because I got sick of listening to myself. So yeah, it is it's pretty, yeah, pretty easy to set up if you have a Steam Deck. But yeah, no, congratulations on finishing your game. I hope that one day I'll be able to finish this game. I'm still stuck. I don't know where these last gems are or this last dragonfly is. I think like the game has deleted them from existence. So for those of you that are unaware, this game is not a bad game because necessarily of how it looks or the you know the story or anything like that. The gameplay itself is it's horrible. It's so buggy and glitchy and breaks all the time. And you see how it doesn't run in a consistent frame rate? That's not me. That's not the fact that my PlayStation 2 can't handle it. It's just the game is made that way. There's a reason a lot of Spyro fans do not talk about this game. You know, like, we don't talk about Bruno type shit. I mean, the story itself and the actual display of the game does have its own issues, but it is vastly overshadowed by everything else. But here we are. Where is... I don't know where these gems are, guys. I don't think they exist. I think someone has deleted them from the game. Same with the dragonfly. I genuinely... I'm considering Googling it. I thought this door might have to open for whatever reason, but... maybe not. Good night, CJ. Thank you for stopping by. Sleep well. Take care. You ate them? You know, I wouldn't put it past you if you did. I genuinely, you know, it's very believable. It's again, I'm gonna comment on the fact that it sounds like in this room sounds like it was made like these cogs are supposed to move, but they don't. They don't move. But there's a sound as if they are moving. They're not. And there's nothing else here. Where is it? I genuinely might Google it. Because I am at a loss. What is the thing I'm missing? Also, you know, be careful with this because this atlas is crazy. Welcome in, Red. How's it going? We're chilling. How are you doing? You eat the gems as a little treat. Great, I'm sad now. Okay, let me see, right? Because I have a feeling wherever this dragonfly is where the gems are. I cannot believe I'm having to do this. Wait, what? Thundercloud attack. Wait, these comments are from like 2010? Holy crap. I think I know the dragonfly that I'm missing. Wait. It was rushed in time for Christmas. Well, this would have ruined my Christmas, so thanks for that to whoever made this game. What's its name then? Takehiro. Dude, am I gonna be able to... Okay. No clue where the 15 gems are, but... I have a feeling I need to talk to someone called Nimble. If this is Nimble, I have a feeling that I might have soft-locked this. Because I did the thing before I spoke to him. Please don't be Nimble.
Great job, Spyro. While you were
Oh, wait.
taking care of the clouds,
Oh, wait, never mind. Wait, I talked to you before, though. I talked to you before! You're such a bastard. Takehiro. Didn't know it actually had a name? Yes, they all have
swim to
names.
the next machine? I'm too scared of the water.
Wait. So that, wait. Piece of meteor spires a full and grown up big dragon. Dawn of the Dragon is probably the best you'll get. I think they're also kind of aging him up in the new Spyro game. So wait, so sorry, what is... Go to the other side. The thing is, this is 14 gems, so I'm still missing a red gem. Corner of the entrance, where there is a pool. What? The cog area looks so dead. Yeah, but they're making sounds as if they should be moving. What fuck-ass pool are you I'm looking up a visual guide. Guys, these gems, genuinely, I'm not gonna lie, they might not exist. I don't know what this guide is talking about. No, I don't think it's referring to that one. What if I just fly to my death? I didn't even get to fly, I just jumped. Because I got all of the gems here. I'm missing 15 gems. The thing is on the end of the level it said you would be missing 14. I'm missing 15, so I'm missing 1 plus something. I'm almost really tempted to leave the level and come back. There are 2 pools in this level. There's this one and the square one. We might genuinely have to leave and come back. I'll check one more time. Oh no, you're fucking kidding me! Let's check if there is any on top of there. I'm back here. This is so annoying. I would have finished 2 in the time that it took me to do 3 levels in this game. In fact, I'm not even done. I have to backtrack to the first level for one thing. And I'm not even done with this level yet, but in the time... In the time it would have taken me to do this, I would have completed 2 homeworlds. 2 full homeworlds. On one of the original Spyro games. That's weird. Pretty sure we were supposed to get a cutscene here. Pretty sure we were supposed to get a cutscene. By the way, I like how there are 5 slots there, right? But to get the ice one, you need to get the electric one. And use the electric one. To get the electric one, you need to collect dragonflies, which means you need to automatically hand over the bubble one. As soon as you get it. So why is there even like 4 slots in there to begin with, you know? I need to go to Cloud 9. What am I doing? What is wrong with me? What are you banging your head on? I'm really interested in how Tom Kenny is going to make the new Spyro sound, honestly. Alright. Come on, we can do this. Alright. No gems there. Let's have a little look-see over here. His voice was already different in Reignited Trilogy due to his age. Well, I mean, but with intention, you know? Soup almost ready? Enjoy your soup. Soup sounds good, honestly. I like soup. Soup is always good. Maybe not when it's too... I mean, I suppose you can have cold soups, but they're not my kind of vibe, usually. Thank you for the lyric snipers. Not when it's poison soup? Yeah, maybe we'll hold off on the Osmanthus soup. You do have a point there. Ramen is the soup you prefer the most? That's very fair. Ramen is quite salty for me, honestly. Okay, no gems. No gems. There's no gems here. I've literally looked from top to bottom on this part. Boom. Boom. These guys didn't drop any gems. Your favorite ramen place went bankrupt? Oh, that's horrible. It's always rough when a place that you like to eat at closes down. Or whatever. You know, for whatever reason. Packs up shop. Pho is really good if you want something less salty. I suppose. I mean, you could always, at the end of the day, customize the ramen however you wanted. Any dish you could customize to your liking, but then it's just all about where does the authenticity start and stop? What makes a ramen and that type shit, you know? No. Pretty nice local pizzeria near me closed down and stuck with Domino's. I haven't had Domino's in so long. Domino's, where I get it from, is not the worst. I think these places just really depend on your local establishment, you know? Because I've heard people say, you know, I prefer Pizza Hut. I think Domino's is shit. But I'm the other way around. I don't enjoy Pizza Hut. I enjoy Domino's. Honestly, the Domino's sides are so good. The pepperoni balls are literally like the best thing ever. So, you know. But I'm really fussy about pizza in general because usually, like, they make it, you know, there are places that make it incredibly greasy and it makes my tummy hurt. It's a bit overpriced. Yeah, I would never buy Domino's at full price. Always when there's a deal on. When I was at uni, I used to get 40% off. Oh, those were the days. Because I was part of the Life Sciences Society. Finland is the only Nordic country without Domino's, so I've never tasted it. Oh, but your city does have 2 Pizza Huts, I see. I also tried Papa John's. Papa John's it's okay, but Papa John's is expensive. At least Domino's is always doing like deals and has the coupons, you know, they post to your door and whatnot. Papa John's is just fucking extortionate for no reason. Though it's too thick for me. I like thin pizza. I do like the thicker pizza personally. I don't like the kind of Italian crispy. What the fuck did you bang your head on, bro? I'm not seeing any gems. This genuinely might be doomed, guys. We might be... Cotti Pizza? Yeah, I'm not aware of that one. We got Pizza Hut, Domino's, Papa John's. I don't really know what else. What else is a more established pizza branch? Maybe someone else could say. Oh, that was close. Sparrow's Pizza? Sometimes I can eat thin pizza. I don't mind it. You know, you remember when I was telling you guys about Tony's? Tony's, they do pizza as well. It is the thin stuff though. It is the proper, like, well, I don't know if there's expressively a proper way, but it is that kind of style pizza. You know, but I do prefer like deep pan. That is one thing I will say about Pizza Hut is I like Pizza Hut because they do offer the deep pan. Papa John's has 2 for the price of 1 at Tuesdays in my brother's city. Most places do that. 2 for Tuesdays. That is quite a common thing. Domino's does it. too. I think Pizza Hut does it. I think most places do it. It's not even necessarily just pizza places. I think there's a lot of places that do it. Tony is the boss. But no, I can be quite fussy about pizza. Like, I used to love eating pepperoni pizza, but I had too many places when I got like a pepperoni pizza and the grease was just pulled into the pepperoni, and it was very oily and it made my stomach really hurt, and also it was very kind of acidic-y tasting, and I just wasn't vibing with it, you know. It's always safe to order a margarita, honestly. It's always the safest bet, eh? Order just a plain margarita pizza. But I do like pizzas with barbecue bases too. Those are really good. Like chicken with a barbecue base and like a bunch of veggies on it is like chef's kiss, personally, I think. It's very good. Guys, these gems might be lost to time. There's got to be an area that I'm missing somewhere that just... Domino's, stop delivering here too. You're not allowed pizza, trash can. Greasy pizza's a no-go? No. As I said, it just makes your fucking stomach hurt. And for me, I'm also all about the dips. The dips play an important part. Domino's does quite possibly one of the best dips known to man. The garlic and herb dip that they do is fucking... You can't top it. It's so good. Fuck, I did it again. Dip for pizza, yeah. A kebab pizza. Those are quite common in the more local places that do that. Kebab pizza. I've seen curry pizza. Fucking one time when I went on holiday with my brother and Brock and some of my other friends, we went to a place that did baked beans pizza, and Brock ordered one. He said it wasn't bad. I don't believe him. That was in Blackpool. Are you fucking kidding me? Why would you not jump? Usually dip the bread part only. I'll dip whatever in it, honestly. My only problem is it's got so many calories in it. If you value your sanity, do not Google how many calories are in a garlic and herb dip from Domino's. Bread asthma's dip. You never heard of that? It's good. It's good dipping your pizza. I mean, most people probably just dip their crust in, but I'll fucking honestly, I'll drink the stuff. Holy shit! It's diabolical. Like, it's actually crazy. Ranch? I personally don't enjoy ranch. I thought I would, because it looks exactly like the garlic and herb dip from Domino's, but ranch is not for me, personally. It's 25 fucking grams, bro. It's diabolical is what it is. Alright, guys, I don't know what to say. I don't know where these gems are. I genuinely don't know where these gems are. I might have to... Because it's getting quite late, I might have to just leave this for next time. I'll get up a side-by-side walkthrough just to see if, like, there's something wrong with my game, because I don't know. I genuinely have no clue. Made you try this one with that one? There was a verbal guide that was like, oh, there's like these 14 gems somewhere, but I couldn't follow the guide. I don't know what pool it's talking about. So, and I do need to get some food. It's so late. It's so fucking late. So, yeah, sorry guys. I tried. I really did. I really tried. Croatia being very close to Italy, pizza is kind of traditional for the most part. I mean, that's fair enough. But don't knock it until you try it is all I'll say. That's the only advice I will give. Don't knock it until you tried it. Alright, let's see. Okay, yeah, so I am going to be ending it here for the day, but if you could stick around for just a wee bit longer, I'd really appreciate it. Because as always, I'd like to go right out into someone. It makes their day when they see your faces in their chat and you get some channel points for doing so. I think today I will just drop you off at Autumn's. She's just chatting at the moment. I don't know if she's going to play any games. So, yeah, that sounds good enough to me. Okay, right. Yeah, we'll do that. Now, I do not have a raid message. I don't really do raid messages, but if you'd like to pop hello in the chat, ask her how she's doing. I'm sure she'd really appreciate the conversation. Autumn is lovely, as you all know. So she'll be happy to have you over. Just be on your best behavior, as always. Don't be a dick. Make sure you're reading the rules and whatnot. I'll be there, I'll be lurking, I'll be watching. In fact, I'm a moderator in her channel. So, you know, if you break those rules, I'll know and you won't be welcome there and you won't be welcome here. So please behave. But you guys are good, so it's all good. It's all good. You guys are... I've never really had to reprimand anyone for being a stinker on a raid, so I'm proud of you guys for that. But thank you so much for coming today. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Again, sorry for having to be a bit of a negative Nancy, but I hope that I made things clear for people and people don't feel like too bad or anything, because that was not my intention. But I had a really lovely time regardless. It was nice chatting with you guys. And despite this game being one of the most fuck-ass games of all time, I still had a good time. It's always fun when, you know, shit goes wrong as long as you have good company kind of type shit. So thank you so much for that. Thank you to my chatters, to my lurkers, to anyone that dropped by in the raids today, decided to stick around and give me a chance. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. I do have intentions of streaming tomorrow, but it is very tentative because I do have a lot that I need to do and go out for. So I will let you know in the Discord ahead of time if that's not the case. But yeah. You guys have a lovely rest of your morning, noon, or night, wherever it is you are. Take plenty good care of yourselves. Try your best as always, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow, okay?